Good morning, traders. Anthony Cordelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Wednesday morning. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Shukar. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
He jumped in front of that
I know,
one
right?
there. He did. He's like, "Good morning, Dolly."
In a hurry.
Excited
He's like,
morning.
Here we go. And on the big screen, my man, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Looks like you guys are getting a heat wave down there today.
Yeah, what's it going to be, like 70?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my vest on either way, though, this morning. It was a little cold when I got out there.
It's freezing.
Yeah.
It's not kidding.
Thanks, Shai. Hey, good morning, Chad. Hope everyone's doing well here on this Wednesday morning. Yesterday, Bulls did what they needed to do. I think that yesterday when I looked at the tape, I was like, you know what? They made a little bit of a higher high than the previous day, and in ES. I didn't see much what happened in NASDAQ. I looked across the board. Bond market caught that little bit of a bounce again. Today will come in this morning. A few things to talk about. Nothing crazy, but again, it's what we kind of expected here in year end. We'll go to you first, though, Shai, the news.
All right. So we may end the longest shutdown in history today. So everybody in the House has been called back to vote on this legislation now. Should it pass, then it will go to Trump to sign. So it could be today or tomorrow that we see an end to the government shutdown. That said, they still expect delays in data, still expect, flights are not going to be perfectly fixed yet, SNAP benefits, etc. So it's even if it ends tonight, tomorrow we're still facing trouble. So do expect a lot of delays in data. Again, we won't have CPI or PPI this week, even if they open up, because nobody's been at work to do that data. So quiet, very quiet data this week. Next, we keep talking about this K-shaped economy. We have car loan delinquencies hit a record for the riskiest borrowers. So we keep talking about these subprime loans. We've got subprime borrowers at least 60 days past due on their auto loans, rose to 6.65 in October. And this is the highest in the data going back to 1994 when Fitch Ratings started this. So
not good.
Not good at all. We still have, ongoing inflation pressures, student loan bills, car owners struggling. So again, we're getting heavy on the bottom part of that K. Then we have private companies are being taken over by lenders at a brisk pace. Private companies are struggling to generate enough cash to manage mounting liabilities and handing management duties to their lenders in the highest number in 6 years. Basically, they're saying, okay, you can take the business, here you go. So we are having private companies struggling as well. We had a report saying lenders took over 45 firms so far in the first 9 months of this year. That's twice as many as the year before. There is a report due out later today saying that the firm found that debt tied to these transactions rose to nearly $25 billion over the same period. That's the highest since 2019. So cracks in the economy for sure. And then my favorite news of the day, the IEA World Report came out today, and they now say that oil consumption is to keep growing to 2050. This is a complete change from their last year's report when they said that we're going to have peak oil demand by 2030 and demand's going to fall off a cliff from 2030 to 2050. They've completely changed that and said now they expect consumption to rise nearly 13% by 2050. I think that's a very low number, but sort of very different shift in tone from them. I'm sure it was very difficult for them. But the best was the OPEC response to this report. They said for far too long, the fixation of the industry commentators with peaks, be they supply or demand, has inhibited sound analysis, good policy, and the development of an investment-friendly climate. Peakism and the IEA's tendency to proclaim imminent peaks at every opportunity amounts to little more than a slogan, a headline, providing no value as a framework and analyzing future energy pathways. The energy industry needs robust analysis. We need facts, not fantasies, impartiality, not ideology. We hope that the IEA World Outlook represents a return to the fold of analysis grounded in energy realities.
They stepped on them when they were down. They couldn't wait to shit on them after that. That's great.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And those are the headlines circulating today.
Yeah. Music City Trader, GS. I don't know what GS stands for. It's not Goldman Sachs, I'll tell you that. Is that gray in Deli's hair or ice from walking to work? Come on, man. You know it's gray. Don't get smart. Don't get smart. Craig, you've been talking about cracks for a while. I talked about this morning in my note this morning. I don't think it's the end of the year story. I think it's the beginning of the year story. We continue to say it. I mean, you can see when volatility gets low like this is a climate where the market is just kind of marching higher. Again, we have, I don't want to call them every bottom's like a V bottom, but if you go back and look at them, they spend no time on the lows. And what has happened after each and every one of those moments? We've made a new high.
Yep.
I'm not saying we're going to make a new high for sure, but unless there's a headline and something changes, why would the pattern change? I doubt it. But again, the indexes are saying, we don't really care right now, but there are cracks.
Yeah, the indexes are driven by the flows, right? I mean, we talk about the flows, pretty regularly, and these are flows that come in from 401k contributions. They're flows that come in from share buybacks. We're back into a 6-week stretch here where share buybacks are going to be in there every single day, supporting the market, and they're support the biggest cap companies, right? It's the big Mag 7 companies that have the biggest share buybacks that are going to continue to see the strength from that. We also have the VIX is getting slammed again, right? I mean, into VIX expiry next Wednesday. There's really no exogenous risks that people are worried about between at least now and next Wednesday. So you're going to get that vol selling and some releveraging from systematic vol control funds who had to de-risk at the end of October and for early part of last week. And so you're going to see some of that capital come back into the market and the risk parity flows back in. CTAs are kind of already long, but so you have these supported flows that are keeping the indexes bid. Under the hood, there's dispersion, right? We keep talking about it. The AI stories are good. Plenty of names in the lower part of the K-shaped economy, not good. That doesn't matter for the indexes, right? So we just kind of keep grinding higher. Really not too much in the way of exogenous risk out there right now. We have the Supreme Court hearing, a ruling that'll come out at some point, likely in December. So again, not an imminent risk. Nothing really going on the tariff front. The government's going to reopen. We are going to get data eventually. That will introduce some risk, but we don't exactly know when we're going to get the data, right? Even if they open today or tomorrow, it's going to take a week or 10 days to get some data, and that'll be from September, right? So we're not going to get October data. We might not even get the October data before the Fed meeting, which is on, I think, December 9th or 10th. So we're in this data fog here. There was a story from Nick Tamareos in the Wall Street Journal just talking about the Fed and still some uncertainty about the December cut. But the market feels like it's either December or January. It kind of doesn't matter. Either way, we're going to get another cut. So what's going to derail that story into year end? You're right. It's hard to see it on the index level.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, when you look at indexes, they're made to go up, but they're not made to go down, folks. Sorry if you want to be a short seller. I mean, there's going to be times where they go down, and it's going to be, I always say the short side trade has always been obvious to me. Like when we're in a weak market, it's obvious. I go back to the beginning of the year. It's the most I traded all year, and probably for most people. I mean, I've done very little really since. It was obvious. It was tariff. It was headline driven. Technically, we were breaking down. Market went down and went down with velocity. You could see it. And you had bond markets going down with them. Okay?
Exactly.
And so those times when those situations happen, what's changed so much about I would say I don't even know how many years to go back because I kind of lose track of time and on how much things have changed over my career. But if you go back and look at the beginning of my career, it was not like that. We had a lot more two-way tape. We had the ranges were almost the same every day, and when we had was you could almost trade from the short side on a regular basis. We had a lot less one-dimensional days that went higher, and we didn't have every bottom wasn't a V bottom. Like we'd break and we'd sit there for a minute, and so if you sold a bounce, you didn't just get your head ripped off. Like this market has changed. Machines have changed the market over the years, but this is kind of the new norm where it's like when we go down and we make a low like we did on Friday and it comes off, the market just steamrolls back higher. I mean, that's just what it is, and that will change again. But for right now, that's what it is. That's why I look at this pattern and go, look at every single low. There's almost no lows that we spend any time on. And that's just where we are. And that's what the indexes are in that mode. And they're grabbing onto every single thing that they can to go higher until there's nothing left to reach for. And then the tape changes again. But right now, that hasn't happened. Jimmy, we'll go to you and talk about the overnight markets. S&P 68.97 up 26 bucks. NASDAQ up 167, 25,809. Russell up $9, 24.75. Dow is up $1.17, 48,147. All pretty much in unison today. Again, I think the indexes across the board are looking at it. Yesterday, T-Trades came out and said, yeah, look at the Dow. It was a stronger one. He was right. We looked at that in the morning tape. Today, I think you've got everyone going together. So it's kind of like pick the index you want to go with. NASDAQ is a touch stronger, which typically just means that the tape is unlikely to find weakness as easily. When the NASDAQ is leading up these days, we typically don't have reversals inside the days. Again, doesn't mean it will happen, but just cautious. Make sure it's confirmed across all indexes. Energy is down with that headline, Shai, right? So IEA comes out, and you think, hey, here's a headline that maybe gets people a little more bullish oil, and oil goes down, right? And oil is down 86 cents, 60.18, which I like because I want to buy the dip, so I'm hoping it keeps going down for now. Sorry if you're long out there. Natural gas, 450 down 56 ticks today, down $1.25%. Gold up again, 15 bucks, 41.31. We've got Dr. Copper up 15 to 5.08, just kind of stuck right here around 5. Silver is up 69. Shout out to Farm, 51.43 in silver. Platinum is down a little bit. It's down a few bucks, 15.94. Bond market's flat. Long end is flat. Up a tick on the ultras, down a tick on the ZB, 117.15, and then the short end of the curve is down a couple of ticks. Big deal. Again, bond market I think is Deadsville right now. It tried to go lower, it couldn't. I said the bonds are. It's just hard to trade it. It's like, do I want to buy it right here? It's so lackluster. You get a little bit of a rally and then it does nothing. I mean, the bond market is not running in any sort of direction here. It's a two-way tape. If you're a short-term day trader, bond market is really not the market to be trading. When we get data, I think it'll be a good market to trade. Until then, doesn't think it mattered much. Dollar up slightly against euro, pound, and yen making new lows. Jimmy, that's where I go to you. The yen this morning, I looked at that chart and I was like, man, the yen is making a lower low. And I said, you know what? I want to see what that looks like technically for Jimmy because 6J making a lower low, Bollinger Band's expanding. See what that means.
Yeah, I have a daily chart up on the screen right now with not a lot of stuff on it, but we had a multi-day area support down here. And remember, folks, the yen in the futures market's on the numerator, US dollars on the denominator, so the numbers might look inverse to you because they are. But we've had, I don't know, this 7 days worth of support with really kind of sideways action here, nothing happening. This morning, boom, we're breaking through that support, not a little bit, a lot of bit. But let's just look at the pattern here. We have swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high, lower swing high, and you can say the same thing about the swing lows. So technically speaking, this is definitely in a bearish state right now. And we're, look at the separation between price and the ADMA right now. We're losing that in the rear view mirror. Stochastics are in the mud right now. So yeah, Japanese yen is super weak versus the US dollar so far in overnight trading.
They're talking about BOJ possibly intervening. And so be on the lookout for that if you are trading that currency.
Yeah, work your stops as you always should be, but especially if you're trading yen right now, if Shai is telling you that.
Yeah, well, the other thing to keep in mind too, when you're trading these currency pairs, you need to be sensitive to the time zone you're in, right? We're on the East Coast right now. I don't know what time it is in Tokyo. Probably, I'm sure it's, they're sleeping, right? It's probably, I
14
don't know,
hours.
12 hours difference, if not more. So there is that kind of weird time zone difference where things kick in because governments get busy and people do speeches. And, just like today, we have this FOMC Palooza again today where all these folks are going to be out speaking about God knows what this morning. So there's that time sensitivity you got to worry about.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, we have 1, 2,
Six.
3, 4, 5, 6, 6 central bankers
Perfect.
speaking.
yeah. Great. Can't
Yeah,
wait.
but they're saying a whole lot of nothing. I think the market is, pretty complacent about the Fed's view right now. Most likely, 2/3 of a chance we're going to get a cut in December, and if it's not December, it's January. And until we start to get more data on inflation, that will determine whether or not that happens or not. And so people just kind of feel like, okay, we know the Fed's going to be on time with this rate cut, right? If the economy is slowing because the labor market is deteriorating, the Fed's going to be there. So the market feels very, comfortable with that narrative. And if it's not slowing, then Fed doesn't really care about inflation anyway. So it's kind of market feels comfortable about that too. It's like we're never going to get a hike from this Fed, even if inflation reaccelerates, particularly with Trump and looking what he's trying to do next year and put in a dove. So the idea that the Fed's going to be raising rates next year is probably very, very, very low under any circumstance. And so the market feels very comfortable in a risk on backdrop, particularly for things where there's earnings momentum, right? For things that there's no momentum, there's no reason to be there, and it's the end of the year.
Exactly.
You're going to get tax loss selling. Just I don't think I don't really think there's a laggard trade. Stay with what's been working. Worry about the transition to a laggard trade, maybe as the last week of the year, depending on how the tape is. If you want to play some of that stuff for bounces and some selling in the strength, but. People are asking about the Russell again. Like the Russell's been a laggard sector. I don't know. I don't feel the need to get into Russell. I feel like the Nasdaq just has been the strength all year. It's probably going to stay that way, at least at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, at one point I was looking at the Russell. I was, in a decent position in it. I mean, I got out of it. I made money on it, thankfully. And since then, it's just done nothing. And, there will be a time and place where I think the Russell, again, makes sense. It's just not right now. I mean, again, I look at things for when they're in play for me, and I trade them. When they're out, I just watch. What is interesting to me right now, I've been kind of thinking about what does this yen lower low mean? Anything from you two? Like, start with you, Craig.
I think there's a pro-growth agenda in Japan that's developing with the new prime minister and trying to really stimulate the economy. And so, a little bit more money printing coming out in Japan, more deficit spending to help support the local economy. And so, that's kind of, expansionary policy is weaker yen. And Japan obviously has issues from a balance sheet perspective, and you have to watch this interplay between the yen and JGB yields. And so, but I think a gradually weakening yen benefits Japan, doesn't really annoy the U.S. all that much, and I don't think is indicative of something more sinister. I think if we start to get more of a speed move, maybe there's something to watch, but we're just kind of grinding here, lower in yen, higher in dollar. I think it's more of a reflection of the domestic agenda in Japan than anything else. The Nikkei's been incredibly strong,
as it should be.
So I think it's been more of a risk-on kind of construct than anything else.
Shai, I want to go to you because we talk about how we just had Nick on. He's out of that trade. Like he said, it's a coin toss, which is interesting to hear from him because he was really strong on that opinion early on, and he had sizable positions he was talking about. Now that's changed, and again, you see this dynamic. You got yen going down against the dollar. And you just wonder kind of what that does to the other currencies. It's, again, we talked about this year was out of dollar into other things. Right now you're seeing just that yen pull back against the dollar, but you wonder if it starts to open the eyes to other things.
Yeah, I mean, I think the move in the dollar is more a product of the weakness in other currencies rather than people wanting to be long the dollar.
Exactly.
If that makes sense. So it's reacting to the other currencies' weakness. You've got problems in the UK. Obviously, the pound is down. They've got disaster going on right now. The yen, again, be careful because they are talking about a possible intervention because BOJ does like to intervene when it gets too low. But again, it's more about weakness of the other currencies in the basket than it is about people actually being long dollars.
I agree. And again, I go back to what Nick said. I think that's one trade that this year has kind of ended. I mean, you even see it in like Bitcoin's gone completely flat. really can't do much of anything. I've been sitting in a position there and ETH, and it's just like I check it every day. I feel like it's Groundhog Day, which I'm thankful for in so many ways. Like crypto has had many opportunities to go lower. I think it hasn't done it, but it also has no momentum higher. And the crypto feeds off of momentum. So like I was adding on dips. I'm like, I am not adding on dips right now. Now I'm more looking at going, if it starts to fall from here, we'll see what Jimmy says in the Edge report. Maybe I have him look at Bitcoin and ETH. I think that crypto could be in for a little hurt, but again, if it does regain momentum, I think it comes right back.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is, into the middle of October, we saw big volatility spikes in gold, in crypto, in bonds, and what we've seen over the course of the last few weeks is volatility across the board is kind of getting, is coming out of all these sectors.
Right.
Yep. And for the other sectors, you don't have the passive flows that naturally go into gold or crypto like that. The only place where the natural flows go in are in equities. So equities get bid when we get vol suppression. These other markets kind of just digest in time, go sideways, and kind of they need to rebuild that narrative. And so crypto's been, kind of on its ass for a bit here, while the equity market has kind of regained that momentum with this vol suppression. It's like, why do I need to be in ETH or in Bitcoin if I could just go back in and buy Nasdaq? I know I'm getting the supportive flows every day from 401ks and from share buybacks, right? And so it's a market structure dynamic in a lot of ways here that continues to funnel money into the equity market that supports equities as an asset class here. I think gold, though, remains interesting. We talk about these issues in the yen, in the UK, in the euro, and the issues we have in dollar. It's like, well, what are you going to buy again? Gold is, I think, a place where people can and governments feel comfortable diversifying reserves. And so I think now the volatility has come out of gold a bit, kind of settling here above the 50-day, above the 20-day, kind of maybe turning up again. So I think that's a place to hide. But crypto just kind of feels a little lost.
Yeah, Jimmy, we're going to get to you in a few minutes with the Edge report, but anything else overnight that caught your eye? Kind of give us a preview of what you're going to go over in the Edge report. I mean, because the tape just does feel it feels a little stagnant right now, folks, right? I mean, it just feels like that grindy, low vol move kind of across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with you on the 30-year Treasury bonds, but with one exception, we're at the top part of this consolidation range, 117 and 15, and a half, 117, 15, 30 seconds right now. And, we're bouncing off this 116 and, 15, 30 seconds low. So we have about a handle range. We've been going back and forth for a while now. But we did kind of break out of a triangle. We did kind of break out of a downward channel here. And in my mind, any move back above this area of resistance, which, if we start getting closes above this 117.25 level, then I think we can get a push back up on the 30-year Treasury bonds, notwithstanding any of the macro stuff going on. But technically speaking, we're going to get a breakout one way or the other eventually. And I'm getting the sense that maybe we're getting closer to that level as well. Kind of looking over at you mentioned the Bitcoin, and I will cover the Bitcoin as well. That's it's struggling sideways too. So you have a lot of these markets that are struggling sideways, waiting for a breakout one way or the other. So I'm kind of looking back and forth for risk on, risk off. What's the anticipation? So bonds right now, I don't know. We possibly could have a breakout to the upside within the next couple days.
We have a 10-year auction today at 1:00 and a 30-year auction at tomorrow at 1:00. So that it'll be interesting. We'll have to watch those, right? Because it's the first auctions after the Supreme Court ruling or the Supreme Court hearing, which gave some negative momentum to the dynamic on tariffs. So I think these will be important auctions. And yesterday was an off day for the bond market, so we'll get a better sense for how our bonds going to be trading kind of into the next couple of weeks. I think with these auctions today.
Yeah. We're going to get to you for final thoughts, but quick preview of our guests today. I know we've got Kane, we've got Leo, we've got Pax, and our special guest today is
Jay Singh from Special Situations Research. He was an ex-GS portfolio manager. They cover all assets, so interesting to talk to him about markets.
All right, Craig, final thoughts before we let you go this morning.
Yeah, I think it's still kind of the trend is your friend here. AI CapEx story is changing, but still pretty robust. AMD put up big numbers, big guidance last night. That's really supportive of the AI story again. I feel like no real need to chase some of the laggard stuff, it's kind of stick with that. And, NVIDIA is next week, right? I mean, NVIDIA is kind of the Super Bowl of earnings. They'll give another update next week about how strong things are. We've seen time and time again a run up into earnings, and depending on how strong, but the volatility will be bid for that. It's going to be a big event next week. We'll see vol bid for that event. NVIDIA is 7-8% of the S&P. That's going to be important, but that's next week's business.
Yeah. I mean, looking forward to that. I think that will spark some interest, at least some volatility, we hope. Again, keep it light and tight, though, today, everybody. Still a lot to talk about this morning because it's still about that time. It is about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
Black.
All right. Well, let's finish the conversation about the 30-year Treasury bonds. I mean, here's the chart, daily chart, trend channel down. We've broken out of it, but we broke it out of it sideways, right? It's not like we're railing back up. We broke out of it sideways. We have several day area of resistance starting at 117.15, 117.16. On the bottom side here, the bottom of that channel, 16.13 to 16.15-ish right now. So we're sitting between that 8 and that 21 EMA, and those are converging. There seems to be some potential energy merging here as well. And yes, I changed my volume profile to the heat map version. Tell me if you like it or not, out of curiosity. We can go back to the plain Jane. But this is kind of a small range, not a lot to talk about. We do have Jack's one frame in the top of the conversation with previous sessions highs as well to kind of take a peek at. And above that, really you got to go all the way up to R1 at 117.25, which was the number I'd like to see it close above to suggest a continued breakout to the upside. High vol level all the way down here at 117 even. I do want to talk, let's get the Bitcoin up. Anthony called for that. Let's go ahead and check that guy out. Let me get my charts going here. Daily, again, consolidation range. We have an area resistance up here around 106, 500-ish. We have support here. Look at these 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of buyers wicks pushing this back up, and that range is a big range here. That's it's pretty much you get to that 100,000 level in Bitcoin, and people are going to start talking, right? It's psychological, but that's where the bottom is right now. Right in the middle, we're right at that 8 EMA right now. We're touching it right now. Stochastics are kind of stuck in the mud. I thought we were going to have a crossover and a breakout to the upside. Didn't really happen right now. So this market's again range bound, kind of stuck, but we do have some nice intraday targets as well. We have that one day max. We didn't quite achieve it yet. We got close, 105,760 right up there, right by that Jack's level. Above that, we have a nice R1 target, 106,325, and then high vol, 107,500. And then zero DTE is right next to previous session's highs. So that's a pretty important area of interest at 108,000. On the downside, you can notice we're trading above that session VWAP. We're trading above the London initial balance. We're trading above the pivot right now, but there's some downside targets as well on the Bitcoin. I would look at that VWAP for a VWAP touch on the way back and make a decision, are buyers still in charge or not? But that's a 104,345-ish. And then really the bottom of the conversation is previous session's lows here. We see, no even probe down to that level right now. So looks like the bulls are in charge of this market as well. But I would kind of look at that previous session's lows. And if we do start getting down there, maybe a breakout to the downside. We got Jack's 4 at 102,000 even. And that call resistance level right by S1 at 101,000. So Jay Reardon asked for the Russell. Let's pop that up real quick. This is my audible I'm calling this morning. Wasn't on the initial lineup for markets today, but the chat has spoken. We will listen. So this, remember, small caps are going to react differently to they're more sensitive to interest rates, right? They have to borrow more. They don't have a big cash flow typically, so they are going to be more sensitive to interest rates. So you're not seeing these all-time highs like you're seeing in the Dow. The Dow is ripping all-time highs. It's moving pretty nicely here. So we have a lot of noise, a lot of static here on the daily charts. And look where the price is right now. I'm just going to put my crosshairs right where the price is right now, and you can see 80% or more of the daily candles have traded through that price. So you see these moving averages kind of converge really tightly here. This is again not not really a clear direction. Yeah, we had this downward channel here, but now we're sideways, I think, in this market. We had a really nice buyer's wick down here on the 7th of November intraday. Let's take a look at some targets here. Jack's 3 on the upside. If we could make new highs, Jack's 3 on the upside, 24.80. R2 is up at 24.84. And then again, that VWAP, we're trading above that VWAP, against trading above that London initial balance right here. So any kind of retracement back here might be a good setup for a trade. Jack's 4, 24.70, I guess would be a short-term target for that. And then below that, really framing the bottom of the conversation is the daily pivot, and that's down at 24.61 half. Below that, we have some targets as well, should this thing fall apart. High vol level 24.60, and then really put support next level down 24.50 on the mighty Russell 2000. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Chad.
Thank you, Jimmy. Let's talk a little bit about silver. Cooper put out there, silver is outperforming gold again. Maybe we'll pull up the chart and look at silver. And it gets interesting because we talk about how these moves towards the end of the year, they end up getting accelerated a lot of times when they're in primary trends. You know, you have fundamentals and you have technicals working for silver and gold and platinum.
Right.
But silver outperforming gold lately. Curious your thoughts on why that's happening.
Well, we talked about this a lot before. Just from a technical standpoint, silver tends to spike with more veracity than gold does. It also tends to fall with more veracity than gold does as well. But it's later. We see this, 6 to 9, sometimes a year later. And so that's just what we're seeing, the dynamics of how technically they work together. But if we go back to the fundamentals, we've got industrial demand surge for it. So it's not just a safe haven. Yeah. Right? It's not just a monetary currency. It is also an industrial currency. And you need, silver for solar panels, electric vehicles, even for data centers. And so, we see a rebound in, these AI names is also helping pull silver up. We also have supply constraints. We've talked about this. Silver inventories are very low. We're in a deficit now for the 3rd year in a row. That's only supposed to grow. And so, and we have, central banks starting to talk about maybe even buying silver. The Russian central bank came out and said they were thinking about buying silver. Japan came out and said they might be buying silver. And so they're kind of getting, which is something that they haven't done, right? They normally just buy gold. And so we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. But the mere fact that they're talking about it is also exciting for the silver market.
Yeah, speaking of AI data centers, did you catch that CoreWeave interview the other day by chance on CNBC, where he was talking about, how the hard part is getting these AI data centers up and running, and he said the easier part is once they're running. Well, yeah,
right.
Yeah, all right. I don't think that was major breaking news, but again, I think it's the ability to get them up and going. And when hearing Shai talk about silver being a component in that, when there's going to be a race for that, and that race isn't going to stop. That's something that's got momentum behind the scenes. That's just going to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, and the bottlenecks are in the commodities and in the equipment to get these data centers up and running. And when you think about it, the market cap of the Mag 7 and the AI hyperscalers is so enormous, right? We're talking about 15 trillion or so of market cap, just from let's say the top 10 names. The silver market is in the hundreds of billions, right? I mean, like they're going to pay up anything in order to get the material that they need at the point in time when they need it, whether it's for transformers, whether it's for gas turbines, whether it's for silver. It's literally a drop in the bucket. They need to get these things on as quickly as they can. And Microsoft CEO was out a few weeks ago talking about how they have an excess NVIDIA chips already sitting in the warehouse. They can't use them fast enough because they just the bottlenecks are in the construction of the data centers and in the power and the grid. And so I think you're right. We've been talking about this, and Trace has been talking about this forever. Just the transition next year, where the bottlenecks are, that's where the capital is going to have to flow to. into energy, into natural gas related. You're seeing it with Caterpillar, right? Caterpillar's been making new highs. It's gas turbines. It's, AI data centers. It's, equipment into that narrative. So, and silver's part of that. And I think that's been the outperformance story versus gold, at least since the beginning. It's really been since April, right? Since the blow off from tariffs, you've seen silver really outperform in gold. I don't think there's a lot of people who are just trading that spread, but both of them obviously have had great years, gold and silver, and there's different buyers for gold and different buyers for silver. But it makes a lot of sense that it's tied into the narrative and the capex of the things that are working.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to keep a really close eye on if it starts to break out, what that means in so many different places, right? I mean, and it's one of those things where, like we said, it's a drop in the bucket for these AI companies. If silver makes new highs, they're just like, buy it. They don't even care.
It's not. I mean,
nothing.
it's right at the price that it is. It's absolutely nothing. So they're going to buy however. So the chip companies are going to buy as much silver as they need to buy because silver is also used in chip manufacturing. So it doesn't. These companies don't care. It's $50 right now, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So let's talk about copper as well. Somebody put copper's pumping again a little bit. I mean, again, the metals into the end of the year. I don't own any metals right now. It is what it is. It's one of those things. It was like I was in gold for a while. I mean, in my long-term portfolio, I've gotten out of it. I'm trying to find my way back into it. I know it's the right thing to get back in these things, but timing's everything, as they say. Copper is not something I've even been looking at. Like, what's going on there?
Well, copper also is a large component for copper piping in data centers, right? And so there's a lot of also copper used. We also are in a deficit. We've got problems in Chile. We've got older mines. The ore grade is deteriorating, so we're not getting the quality copper out. And the whole mining industry as a whole has suffered exactly what the oil industry has, and that's lack of a capex for the last 7 years, over 7 years now. So I think this narrative that we're going to have this global slowdown because of the tariffs, that's sort of passing. That's also helping give copper a little bit of a boost, and so away we go. I think we still see higher copper prices than we have been used to ever eventually.
Yeah.
The thing we need to keep in mind is that the structural stories behind copper, behind silver, from the demand perspective, it's there, right? We know where this is headed. We know that, and we know the supply additions have been slow because the economics of mining have been crappy for quite some time. When you're trading them, though, you have to be a little bit more mindful of the short-term inventory dynamics, right? And so copper inventories at exchange are very elevated. And so that's been part of the reason why the momentum has just not been, right? The story's there, but, producers have a lot of extra on hand. And so, from that perspective, it just makes it makes these harder, trades. That's why sometimes the copper equities and the companies, which are more plays on the longer-term price momentum, are actually, more interesting because they're less kind of concerned about those short-term dynamics. But I think that's been the holdback on copper is that warehouse inventories kind of globally are very elevated right now. And so we have to work through some of that inventory in order to get to, where we're going to be, with these stories, 2 years out, let's say.
And we had a warehousing issue earlier this year because they were worried about tariffs on copper, which we did get tariffs on copper, but at one point, the U.S. was racing to import as much as humanly possible before those tariffs went into effect, and that was draining London. That's when we saw that spike earlier this year, and then we came back down. And so there's some dynamics in that because, again, it is a physically delivered contract.
That's what we do here, right? I mean, futures markets. I mean, that's what makes them so interesting because when you get to a point where the people that are buying it are actually going to take physical delivery and it's not just price action,
right?
Things start to get really weird. I mean, look at what's happened in crude oil over the years. We've seen crazy stuff happen with crude oil. We have not really seen much of that in the metals yet, and I wonder if at some point that starts to happen. Everybody always be careful of when expiries come up for these metal markets. I can't stress enough, expirations for gold, platinum, and silver can get really weird. I'm just waiting for the day where something like stupid happens, like, hey, we need to take a bunch of delivery at this X date.
It happened in nickel a few years ago. If you remember, there was a massive squeeze where Chinese buyers needed to deliver into exchange. And you're right. I mean, these are these are highly manipulated. It's not the right word, but these are, there are physical players in these markets that need product or don't need product, every month, let's say. And so
Correct.
whether or not they have it or not can determine, the end of term price behavior, and has nothing to do with this longer term story, right? And so,
Right.
we have to definitely keep that stuff in mind.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about platinum while we're on metals. When I look at platinum, it's the one that's not gaining much momentum. Again, another trade, I owned, platinum for a while, and again, it's hard to get back in these, but platinum, look at it, it's kind of stagnant. It's in this big consolidation up near the highs. What are you guys seeing there?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of how platinum reacts, right? We generally see it starting to coil, right? And you have accumulation, and then you have a big breakout, and then it chills out for a while. And this is just the nature of platinum. I've been trading platinum for years. And so this is just kind of the nature of platinum. That said, when it sort of calms down a little bit, it does give a great two-way market for traders if you're just trading on like order flow or technicals or, Fibonacci or any kind of levels, intraday levels. So, I think it's a good product to trade in this kind of environment because you're not going to likely get your face ripped off.
Yeah, I mean, platinum, again, it was really big in play early on. If you go back and look at here, well, actually, I got a 60 minutes. I got to go to a daily. It was big in play here, and since then, it's gone to a massive consolidation. It's not pulled back to any of my key supports, which for me would be 1477. I have actually an alert set up if it were to get down in that area. I like that as a buy. Again, I hate markets that are caught between all these moving averages, the spaghetti. It's like, I just don't want any part of them yet. But I mean, you want them to get away from it and then see somewhat of a snapback. Greg, I'm going to move on to you. And I know that normally we go with Shy for oil, but I want your thoughts on energy. We don't pick your brain a lot on energy. Look at crude oil. Again, another market where Shy comes out and says IEA does a 180 and talking about the global story shift in crude oil. Crude oil, again, can't get a lift off of a headline that maybe shouldn't be bullish in the short term, but it should change I think the mindset, the sentiment. What are your thoughts on energy?
Yeah, I think it's similar dynamics in play of physically delivered markets versus a narrative about where prices maybe 6 to 12 to 18 months out, and so oil just continues to have to work through surpluses and production raises from OPEC, right? And so as they continue to bring capacity on the market, it's just the economy needs to churn through that, and we know the U.S. economy really outside of AI capex is not really humming gangbusters. We also know that in China, the incremental demand has been coming more from electric cars than from gasoline cars. So just some of the robustness in the pace of demand growth just really hasn't been there. So, but I agree. I mean, we were in this consolidation range for quite some time here. I think people maybe are looking to turn the page onto 2026, and I think energy and crude will be part of this story of materials that are in need in order to build out the data centers, in order to deliver on these AI capex plans. Oil will be a part of that. Natural gas will be a part of that. We've talked about uranium and nuclear will be a part of that. And so, and small changes in market cap out of NVIDIA and out of the Mag 7 can lead to big changes in some of the subsectors and some of the equities related to these names. And I think some of the money flow will move out of let's say indices and kind of into some of these commodities that are going to have improving supply demand dynamics kind of throughout 2026.
I think that is going to be the story next year for sure, Shy. I really do. One of my biggest plays going into next year, just so everybody kind of understands like my thinking, a lot of what I do, I look for a lot of what I think themes could be early on in the year, and I like to start to play those. To me, crude oil is going to be a market that's been so out of favor that comes into favor. If I start to see that catch on, like that's a big position for me. Right now, that's really the one I see is the next year because it's it's the total Rodney Dangerfield. I get no respect, right? And it's in everything that we build. If anything time we're building or expanding in anything, crude oil is like a key component across the board, right, Shai? I mean, you've taught me this over the years, and it's just out of play. We've only got a minute left. We'll go 30 seconds to each of you Final thoughts coming into the day today.
So, I think, again, markets are kind of in this grind higher. I think it's interesting, sort of what we have seen, even though Bitcoin's still kind of range bound, it's still kind of, if you see it up overnight, you tend to see NASDAQ follow it. Still, that correlation is there, so keep an eye on those going into the day, and whether Bitcoin's up or down. I think that's really important. We're still in a grindy. Let's see if we find out at what time the government is going to reopen. If we get that vote during the day, I'm sure that headline will spark something. So just be aware that may or may not happen. We might not get that until the overnight.
Yeah. Final thoughts, Greg.
Yeah, many of these commodities do best when the dollar is weakening, right? They're dollar-based commodities. Weaker dollar kind of creates an incremental bid for a lot of these hard assets, and so that's what I'm watching here. The DXY has been in a little bit of an uptrend here now for the last 6 or 7 weeks. It's it's had a small check back in the last few days, but let's watch how the dollar trades here over the course of the next few days. We mentioned dollar yen earlier this morning. If the dollar finds a bid here, that could lead to some some pressure on the top line there, and make it a little bit more difficult for indexes to just gracefully grind higher into the end of the year. So I'll be watching the dollar here next couple of days here, particularly as we open the government, we start to get the data. How does the dollar react to the data? I think would be very important.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, look at earlier, what was it, just a month or so ago, not even, when the dollar really caught that little bit of a bid. Equities, it was a day that where when the dollar caught a big bid, equities is a day of rotation. Again, it doesn't mean it's a big shift, but it's just a day of rotation and something to keep an eye on. But I also look for when I want to buy a commodity like oil and dollar gets strong and oil goes up with it, like what gold has done, so many times.
Yeah.
I look for that as well. Guys, thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
All right. Spring impacts. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Hanson?
What's going on, man?
I don't know. I think you're wrong about the bonds. You're wrong about Russell, and you're wrong about the
He's
bonds.
wrong. He's off the market. I'm not. What am I wrong about the bonds? That I think the
That was
bonds are
funny.
going to be. You think they're going to rally?
I
mean,
do,
I don't.
yeah.
I'm not bearish bonds. I'm bullish bonds. I just don't think they're
No,
going
I
to do
know.
much.
I know.
So talk to me.
I do. I think that the bonds. I think the bonds are breaking out. They held quarterly pivot at 116 quarter. Tried to get below it, came back above it, and now I think we target the highs again, back up to 119, 120. That was funny, by the way. You were off the market in that tweet exchange that we had with John Carter. The rest of us were 84 bid. You're like, yeah, I'll buy him at 80. Yeah, no, you won't. You're
Well,
off the market.
maybe I was buying them below where you guys were. So I was maybe you don't know my thinking. Maybe I was
You're in
working the bid
Chicago
where
or
I
New
thought you.
York?
Yeah. You see how he likes to call me out in front of everybody? He's not nice to his younger brother, we call it. Big brother Pax is pushing me around. No, I look at the bond market. I hope you're right. And because I actually think I've been bullish bonds. I think that the bonds, you're right, when you look at your quarterly pivot, again, they went back down to my level and your level. And I like when they're close to each other, we get back up here.
Yeah, me too.
But it's been such a quiet trade. And I look at it and go, let's see what happens here. The question will be, Pax, so now that we held the quarterly pivot, maybe we can go to my charts and we can take a look at the bonds in the 30-year, because again, it is actually setting up on my chart for it's just done nothing, and we've been in this consolidation that when I see this, I know you don't really use moving averages. You might look at them a little bit here and there, but I a lot of times I'm looking at them and see just, are they sloping or what are we doing? And we're all just bundled here. My level's next to your level. Everything is just sitting right here. It's going to take something to push it out of here and get it going. Maybe with data coming up that we haven't seen, that's what changes it. But again, it just feels like everything's so quiet right now that it's hard for me to get excited about anything. Like I don't want to sit in a position long, let's put it that way, even though I think it will rally.
No, I know. I know. That's the problem with the bonds, is that you do have to sit. If you've got clarity into what direction the market is trying to go, you're going to have to sit with it. The bonds can be, when the bonds are moving, when a 30-year bond or even the notes are moving, we did most of the year. I mean, the bonds and the notes were doing like a month's worth of work in a day, So the opening range is then a great trade. Because you can catch them quickly out of the opening range. They're going to protect you. They're going to trend in that direction, or they're going to take it out, and you can reverse. But when you're looking at swing, these are swing. The 116 quarter is a swing buy, and you're going to pay for it someplace up here at 117.12, and then look to add above. I think there's like a consolidation line around 117.20, 25, that old high, because above that we've got 2 more points in it. So you can add there, but you're going to have to sit with them, and it can get frustrating, especially if you're trading other markets and just, well, where do I pay for them? Do I scratch them out? Do I leave a little bit wider of a stop in there? So you do have to make those decisions, because you have to trade the 30-year bond differently than, at least I trade a 30-year bond differently than I do the S&P, or, I don't trade NASDAQ very much, although the Ninja Cup did get me, did wet my whistle with the schnazzy again. But you do have to kind of pay attention to the ways that different markets move, the different characteristics in the markets. But if you've got clarity in what direction it's trying to head, well, you can take the trade and you can manage your risk, and then go ahead and manage your profit. Then the breakdown of a trade is different. Characteristics are different, but the breakdown is the same. You're going to manage your expenses, and you're going to manage your profit and seek to add to them. Whether it's a swing trade or it's an intraday swing trade using the OR and the 50-nano rotations and the S&P or 65 and the NASDAQ, you're just looking for good price action. That's it. The bond, man, you know what, Tony, too, on Sunday, we were talking about on our Sunday night show with Craig and Sarah and Tammy and I, we're talking about the gold.
Gold, yeah.
Yeah, great trade. And, I lamented, Kane and Leo were talking about gold, I think Thursday or Friday, and I had put in that the quarterly pivot is 39.83. You want to be long against 39.83, because above that we've got little intraday targets you can take profit at, pay for your trade at 40.05. If you miss the 39.80s, you can initiate there, pay for those at 40.20, because the ultimate target on the upside is 41.40. 41.46 is the exact price, but this general area, which we achieved yesterday, and now it's just churning. So if you're flat gold, you can enter above yesterday's high, which is also yesterday's opening range, was yesterday's high, which is also that macro zone of 41.46. So if you're long from 39.80, you are taking the money at that level. Period. You're flattening up. You can even take a short for an intraday swing to see if you're going to get something lower. But if we take out yesterday's high, yesterday's opening range, also coincidentally almost the overnight high, I think here, yeah, it is, then you can always add them back, buy them back above that, because now we're going to target, we close above 41.46, we're going to target back up to 4,400. So you got a whole nother swing higher. I kind of lamented the fact that I missed my buys at 39.83 on Friday. But we had good entries along the way. Sarah gave us some strat entries in gold, and Tammy gave us the fib. So it was go back and watch that Sunday night show, because, Craig set up the macro, and ladies had really kind of given us really good price entries on something that I felt I missed. So I'm grateful for that. I mean, there's a lot of talent.
That was great. I watched that.
A lot of talent here. Yeah, a lot of talent here.
Let's. So we got your thoughts on gold, bonds. Let's take a look at S&P and NASDAQ. We'll start with NASDAQ. We'll end with S&P today. Here we go into the NASDAQ. That's just something I got to delete. All right. So NASDAQ, the last level I marked off for you was like 25,890 or 25. 9. What are your key levels right now in NASDAQ?
25,907 on the upside. I haven't really been paying attention to the NASDAQ high, but we're getting back up to that level, and that's going to be that's a macro zone and a swing zone. So just a more important level. That if you're long from 24,568 from the quarterly pivot, which we got close to last week, or we traded it last week. Then you're going to, the swing completes at 25,907. We get above 25,907, then we're going to see the highs pretty quickly. and that would take us back up to like, I don't even remember what it was, like 26,180 or something, 190. So oh no, 26,266, the high of the month. So that's where it's going to target. Above 25,907, it's going to take us back up to the high, which is going to be 26,266. The S&P, I think, is I'm older, so I like things to go in a steadier fashion. All you younger traders like the NASDAQ, and the prop traders like the NASDAQ because it moves quicker. So the NASDAQ has led, in this rally again, and I like the NASDAQ leading. I like when the NASDAQ leads, either down or up. I like when, for a lot of reasons, and I'll talk about more of them on my Friday show when I'm trading. What matchups. I'll talk about what matchups mean to me and how I can make an S&P. I don't want to make S&P trading decisions based off of NASDAQ price action, but I do want to use NASDAQ price action as kind of a clue as to what the SPOOs are doing. And quite often it helps me sit in a trade a little bit longer. So now, with all that said, the NASDAQ is faster, quicker, but the S&P is a little bit more methodical and logical in its movement, and so at this point in my career, it's easier for me to relate to the S&P and trade the S&P. The Dow's the Dow is, somebody mentioned the YM. The YM is a wasted market. I wouldn't trade it with my ex-wife's money. It's got no open interest. It's got no volume. It's easily manipulated. So I want nothing to do with it. So anyway, I think the NASDAQ, the S&P is a much more interesting trade. The NASDAQ is quicker, faster, and maybe better. And if you're younger, more power to you, dude. But I'm not. And so it's more methodical. And, my view on the S&P has not changed. We are still, even when we were trading at the quarterly pivot, when I tweeted that out, we talked about it last week. We talked about it before that. 66.58 is a quarterly pivot. You got to be long there. We went right to it last week. I tweeted it live. Follow me if you want to, see that shit. That's the place to have gotten out of your shorts, flatten up everything, and reverse and get long. Because now we're targeting 69.80. My view on the market, even when we were breaking whatever that was from the high, 3%, it has never changed. Unless we close below 66.58, this is a buy. And I hate saying this. This is a buy the dip market. I hate saying it because ultimately people who buy dips are going to get run over. They're going to get flattened by the steamroller. But that's what it is. Until we close below 66.58, that's what this is. And so now, we go up to 69.80. And then I think that the S&P will churn that level, 50 handles up, 50 handles lower, till the end of the year. And then we have our moment of truth. At the beginning of the year, I think we can see some downside price action, some volatility come back into the market. But right now, it's the dreaded creeping rally, and I can't stand dreaded creeping rallies. I'm nursing a long position, from the quarterly pivot, and I'm looking for 69.80s, and that's it. I'll take the 15. I'll take the opening range trades, and I'll trade the 15 handle swings, and look to manage my stuff. Well, I don't like these dreaded creeping rallies. They always they unsettle me.
I like them for stocks when I'm holding stocks, but I don't love them for futures.
Right.
Exactly.
And I don't love them for futures either, because I think you said earlier, I think you said it earlier, it has a tendency to make me want to sell it. I don't trade my opinion. I don't pick tops. I don't pick bottoms. But these dreaded creeping rallies, you're like, oh God, it's creeping up. It's not going anywhere. I got to get short here, And before you know it, you're averaging in 15 points above that. You're averaging in another loss above that, and then you're puking at the high, and then they come off. Isn't that the pattern? And so, it's the worst. Yeah. And I've gotten killed doing that shit. I blew up in 2012 doing that. So dreaded creeping rallies kind of bring back some PTSD for me. So I'll either sit
You
with
don't
a.
show it though. You keep everything, very tight vested. You don't really express your emotions much. I don't,
I don't.
you're not very vocal about
I'm
it.
very
Yeah.
right. I'm very
Keeps it very
emotionless.
tight. Yeah. We only have 45 seconds left. Because we don't want to get into this whole PAX emotionless conversation here. But no, 30 seconds to go in the day before we get ready for Leo and Kane. Final thoughts heading into the trading day today, PAX.
Don't pick a top in this. It might look like we're going to sit for a little bit. We're at the big round numbers. Everybody likes the big round numbers. I never quite understood that, but okay. You're looking at 69 even. Just trade the opening range, trade the rotations. Download the my indicator. It'll help you stay on the right side of the market, at least see how it trades algorithmically, and just don't get overly excited. We will have some big trading days coming, both with momentum to the upside and momentum to the downside, that you can sink your teeth and you can make some dough. You don't need to chase. You don't need to be part of every wiggle. You don't need to be part of every move, and you don't need to trade every day. The less you trade, the more money you're going to make.
No one believes it, but it is just the way it is, because you have a stronger hand in your positions and you're forced to trade. All right, everybody, go and check out PAX's indicator. It's free. #1 indicator downloaded here at NinjaTrader Live. It's his opening range indicator, which he showcases on Friday, which is a day you cannot miss on the network with PAX and Jimmy on Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday, and
Unfiltered Friday.
Yeah. So also follow PAX on X and check out what he's doing at the PAX group. Big bro, I'll see you later.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. I love you, kiddo.
Love you, buddy. All right. It's Wednesdays. And what are we going to do here on Wednesdays? Well, we actually have something very special for everybody today. Obviously, it's going to be, Kane and Leo, and that's the Wednesday duo. But we've got something special for you today that Kane is now going to be adding in the Wednesday segments. We're going to be talking a little bit about prop today, so I'm excited to bring that to all of you. And talk about what Kane is seeing in the prop space. It's exciting for us here because we come on NinjaTrader Live. Everyone's trading live. We're not really talking much about what's happening in the prop industry, even though it's so integrated everything what we're doing here at NinjaTrader. So we're going to be bringing you that with Kane today. So without further ado, let's bring in. It's time to trade the open with Leo and Kane. What's up, boys?
Morning.
What's up, Deli?
So we've got this new segment here today, Kane. Let's do a little preamble for what it is, because when we get to the charts, we're going to be talking about it. We're going to be doing some prop talk with Kane each and every Wednesdays, and I'm really excited about it because I follow what you're doing a lot to keep me in the loop. Obviously, there's a bunch of people that come on this network that are trading prop, and they're trading live, and we've seen some amazing stories lately with people that have gone from prop to live and all of that. And you've really have set the standard, in my opinion, from someone who was able to go into prop, prove yourself, get a payout, and make that transition alive. And what you've done is really, I think, impressive. And so I'm curious to see what this segment's going to be all about.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's I think a lot of people, we've spoken about this at length, and the industry at current, it's really easy to farm, I guess, sim payouts and never make a transition to live. But at some point, that gravy train will end, and I think a lot of people will be, stuck in a business where they can no longer make money because they can't pay $50 to reset. So it's good. I've been grateful enough for the prop space and exactly how I've been able to hit a single prop firm for a large amount of money, transition to live, make a bunch more, and in that, I guess, hiatus from prop, there are now a bunch more great props in this space, that have come in, proven themselves, and I guess it's opened up an opportunity for me to trade. Instead of trading a few with this high availability to make money, I can trade a bunch of them and hit my base hit model every single day on some of them. Not every single day I'm making money, but I'm aiming for it every single day, and take a stable income as well as compounding that inside of my live account. So it's pretty good, and at at the time now, there's so much opportunity in the market that, there's accounts and rules that suit everyone and anyone. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Leo, you've been someone who, I've known you for a while. You didn't never really talk much about prop, and you do talk a little bit about it. And we know, your relationship with AJ and what they're doing with Lucid, which I think is great. We like seeing what AJ is doing. Huge fan of what he's doing with Lucid. But you're someone who's gotten more and more in tune with it. I see you
Muchas
doing
mujeres comienzan a tomar ácido
on X about it. And what's your kind of perception right now a little bit on what's going on in the prop space? Because I do think because of people like you, Leo, out there pushing for prop to get better and better, I've been someone who talks about it as well. We're seeing the industry just get, I think it's improving on across the board.
Well, I think after the fiasco of what happened last year with one particular firm that hurt a lot of traders, I then became, quite interested in it because I saw the impact into not only the community and order flow labs because so many people were using that firm, but also just on Twitter in general. And kind of ever since then, I've been, just advocating for props that are or props that are acting responsibly and not just denying payouts and doing all the tricks in the games not to pay traders. And I think the industry's also seen that, and then take that aside, and then hey, let's actually talk about putting traders in live markets.
Bingo.
I mean, ultimately, that's where the path should go. And I think what we're seeing right now is that there are lots of firms that are starting to go in that direction. But it's ultimately traders need to understand that trading in sim is not a forever game, right? Trade in sim for a while, develop yourself, show the firm some aptitude to be able to trade profitably and be ready for that move to live. And that transition is difficult for a lot of people, but that's where, new traders coming through prop and eventually getting to live markets, that should be the destination. And even traders right now don't see it that way. They want to stay in sim, and trade 20, 30 accounts because there's leverage there, right? There's if you could trade 20 accounts in one trade, that's a ton of leverage, right? And if you're trading one live market or one account in a live market, that's a totally different ballgame. It's if you're down $100 in a trade, that's a way different than looking at your screen when you're down, 10,000. Even when the reality is if you're on one trade and it's across 30 accounts, it's the same value, but you're only seeing, one trade that's down $100, for example. So, long story short, it just became interesting to me. I didn't realize how big the industry was, and I'm just an advocate for traders and also for the industry to pull in traders and help move them to live markets, because ultimately that's how we progress forward and grow the futures markets.
I mean, it's spot on. I mean, where I have put myself in conversations about prop is how do we get them live? How do we help them build careers? Every Wednesday, I've been having conversations in the mornings, not every Wednesday, but a lot of these Wednesdays prior to you guys coming on. And I talk with the CEOs of these different prop firms saying, like, what's the path once they get funded to keep them funded and to keep them trading live? Because I'm someone who's been, I feel very blessed in my career having the chance to trade live for many, many years and, make money and build a career and just, and it goes beyond even what trading. I mean, once you're able to trade live, you control your destiny. And I think that what I'm seeing now, what we saw recently with Lanto being able to go live and maybe he'll be on here with Take Profit soon to talk about kind of that story. So a little plug there, but it gets really interesting to see these stories more about live than it is on people just going to the point of getting funded. And so I think that to me is where the real growth is. That's where traders really are able to shine and build careers. And that's what I'm all about, building the pie, getting them out there, getting more and more people on live. So I'm excited to have this conversation with you each and every week, Kane, you as well, Leo. Let's take us through it this week, Kane. What's top of mind with Prop Talk with Kane?
Okay, so I think right now some of the best accounts. I mean, it really depends on what everyone's looking for. I think, for me, I'm really hitting my Fund Index accounts pretty hard right now. You've got 3-day payouts with them on the rapid accounts. Recently, they ran a sale for no consistency rule on their legacy accounts. I've been fortunate enough to hit them for 75K, and I continue to. I literally just got paid $7,000 from them yesterday, 7,000 the 3 days before that. So that's pretty good. Obviously, the big talk of the town right now is Take Profit Trader with Lantos. I guess $2 million in 3-4 trading days. A little bit of background story about him and Take Profit Trader. For those that don't know, Take Profit Trader is a firm that you can basically get daily payouts with. So once you get to the funded stage and get through the buffer, you can take daily payouts. Once you hit a certain amount, they move most of your money into a real live account, and they basically duplicate the environment that everyone's used to in trading. However many accounts they've been trading to get to that successful point, they duplicate that with a small amount of money across on individual accounts across 4 or 5 accounts if you got there. Lanto's story goes that he basically ran that small account, built a bit of a buffer, took some larger swings at the market. I tweeted out recently, if you're going to swing hard. He swung very hard, and he caught most of the down move on Nasdaq the 2 days last week, and he made $2 million. And I guess that just goes for to show that if you do have the right technology, then it's great. To be able to trade a live market in doing those things. And ultimately, they have a really good discount on right now. You can get 40% off with them, which is probably one of the largest sales they've ever ran, and it's been so successful they've kept it around. But also, there's no daily loss limit, which I think a lot of people aren't a fan of. I personally don't mind it too much because I think it builds good habits. And then lastly, I guess for the top 3 is just like Lucid. And I know we're on Intro Live, but Project X has been an absolute nightmare, and Lucid have come out of that storm pretty well. AJ's, I built up a good relationship with AJ. Leo's obviously good friends with him, and I've had him on the show. Those guys have just absolutely come swinging out of, I guess, that disaster, and that is my personal opinion, not the networks. That disaster of Project X being consistently down, which just goes to show you should trade with Tradeovate. I'm a big advocate for Tradeovate for the simple reason that it's never failed me. I had that wobble with the tweet about the mobile, bit trading on mobile, but that was completely my own fault, and it was an emotional tweet. But Tradeovate's never really failed me, and the features in there that Prop now have in setting, allowing traders to set their daily risk, etc. Yeah, you can circumvent it, but there are some changes coming, right, Deli? We're working on that, so there's lots of changes coming to Tradeovate, which I don't like change just as much as anyone, but the times that I have adapted to change quite early, it's always benefited me. And as someone that trades prop quite regularly and trades, on TradingView, then the Tradeovate integration to TradingView is great, especially for people that limit. I wouldn't necessarily ever recommend anyone to trade via an API if you're going to market in and market out, because you are just going to get slight slippage here and there, and you're going to complain about it. So just limit in, limit out. But the features and the new changes coming to Tradeovate prop soon are just going to be the best, in my opinion. There are a lot of changes are going to be coming to it. And for me, especially being involved in that process with, via the network, via NinjaTrader, I personally think it will be one of, if not the best platforms to trade on, because I've traded prop. I've done, I've gone through the loop of failing a bunch of times and getting used to platforms. And I've gone through the highs and the lows of it. And we're able to use that and put that into, a program that will allow traders to make better decisions and make better trading decisions in and out of the market. So yeah, that's it from me this week, really, mate. There's not too many changes. I think with Thanksgiving coming up, we'll see some juicy sales on a lot of props. So that's probably one thing that a lot of people should look out for. But one thing I'll always end it with this is props are really good, but it needs to be treated responsibly. If you treat it like a slot machine, it's exactly what it is. If you treat anything like a slot machine, it's exactly what it is. If you actually want to come into the market, trade money with real edge and a real trading system, it's one of, if not the best opportunities to learn in the market, and you can also make good money doing it. If you're going to treat it recklessly, it's not going to end well. But obviously, everything has its risks, you know?
Yeah. I think that last statement that Kane made there is so spot on, and that's why we're excited to do Prop Talk with him each and every week to get inside what's happening within the industry, have these discussions about what's going on, and for him, as someone who's been very successful with it, understanding how to manage it. I mean, that's the whole thing, Kane, right? It's like you came in,
Yeah.
you set out to do what you were going to do, you got your payout, you went live, you've gone back to using it, you found a way to use the system to your advantage. And that's the goal. I want to see traders successful. I don't care what they use in terms of which props. You know, obviously we want them on Trade Prop because we know we're going to talk about the software in just a second. But find their way to becoming an independent, successful trader. That's all I care about is growing the pie.
Yeah. And that's, I've said this multiple times. And I always have the same conversation with a lot of people. It's like, what would you be an advocate for? Someone depositing $10,000 to a live account and ultimately losing it because the game is, you're going to lose money at the start, or spend a couple of $100, figure it out, treat it respectfully and responsibly, just like you would and should your live account. You do the exact same thing in both. You probably will lose less money in trading prop, learning your way, and then pivoting to a live account, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm going to leave you guys too on this final thought too. I speak with Kane and Leo on a regular basis, and we're continuing to work with them internally on improving Trade and Ninja, and they can attest to this. We will have changes coming. We are continually working on making the platform the best platform out there. But number one, as always, is stability, making sure it's live. That's the number one thing, to make sure that every trader is always connected to trading, to be able to control their orders. And so it might take us a minute to get everything rolled out that we're looking to do, but just let you know, traders out there, that new things are coming, and we are really excited about it. I'll leave it for you guys here today. Again, Leo, thank you so much for chiming in and talking about this. Your perspective, I think, is so great to have with this conversation. Having you talk more about it vocally on X and here on NinjaTrader Live is great, because you don't hold back. And I think that what you've done, I really do believe, has helped push more people within the industry to be better. So keep up being you, my brother. Kane, Leo, I'll see you guys later. Everyone in chat, hit like and subscribe for my bros. Show them some love. We were at 150,000 just a few weeks ago. We're at 156,000 now. Really can't thank you enough for that growth. But let's keep it going. Let's keep that momentum going. Guys, I'll see you later.
Thanks.
Good day, brother. See ya. Big Cat, how are you?
Oh, it's just another day on NinjaTrader Live.
Well, we will get to do it all again tomorrow at the close together.
Are we trading the close tomorrow?
We're going to trade the close tomorrow, yeah.
All right.
I couldn't make yesterday, so had to step up,
I got to hang out with Farm, and we watched the 20-point range do nothing. So
I'm jealous. Farm got to hang out with you.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
What are you looking at in the market right now? Everything bullish?
Yeah, I'm just eyeballing gold here. I don't really have anything that excites me right now. One of the latest things that we're developing is getting more of the tools that I use on other platforms over onto NinjaTrader.
Yep.
So, for example,
Makes sense.
the market metrics on the far left side of my screen, you guys can't see it. If you go full screen production, we can. Okay. So anyways, I've got market metrics available to me now, so I can see things like average rotation, the initial balance range averages, the overnight range against the overnight averages, relative volume, the opening range, just a handful of metrics that I would want to know in my left-hand screen. So that's nice. And I can immediately look over and see relative volume is 73. I know that yesterday it was 90. So what does that tell me? Participation in the indexes is coming, it's dropping off, right?
Yeah.
So they were talking about the dreaded creeping rally, and that's exactly reflected in the numbers, underneath the hood, right? So
Mm.
for me, it's, and then the other part of it is, hey, there's six FOMC speakers today, all the way from, 8 a.m. till 11:30. And, it's just a bunch of FOMC speakers, probably nothing, new or surprising. There's really no volume in the market. We're going higher. I don't want to get caught with my hands, with my pants down, just trying to long the market, but it does generally put me a little more bullish. We're going to have a bit of a gap up today from yesterday's range. And so everything for me just kind of like, it's going up, slow grind. I'm gonna have to be really patient, stick into some trades for, let some trades just kind of work, I guess, is is the way that I would approach these slow moves.
Yeah.
We held on the higher time frame, this little low volume node. Talked about that like 3 or 4 times yesterday, and I don't know. This prior high from last month
Yeah, they're all doing gold doing a similar
seems
setup,
like,
right? You tweeted about gold, like that gold range, and if it traded
mhm,
above and would come
yeah,
down and get accepted in, and it more or less did exactly that.
yeah, for sure.
So that kind of gives me the bullish angle on gold right now. I said tweeted yesterday, gold back to all-time high, but obviously it's got a fair way to go, but it got there pretty quick originally. So
Yeah.
yeah, to speak on the FOMC speakers, right? Like I don't really pay attention to a lot of this, but at the same time, I'm fully aware the market's not really had much context, and especially in the public domain. So no excuse to take a market somewhere, do something. I'm kind of worrying if some FOMC speaker will slip up with something that isn't out there right now. Maybe just start talking in a bearish tone or hawkish tone, and the market might react to it because it's going to be the first actual bit of, I guess, commentary outside of the Fed decision that we've had in the market. We've got zero data right now, so
Yeah,
I'm
for sure.
intrigued.
Yeah. What about you, man? What are you seeing?
I mean, everything just looks so bullish after that gap
Mm,
up. It hasn't really
mm-hmm.
pulled back, has it? So, um, indices wise, yeah, I mean, they had a nice pullback into that, that V range 50% area from the gap. More or less both of them, the indices did the exact same thing. They traded in 50% of that overnight move or that Monday move, and then Tuesday 50%, and now we're pushing back through the high.
Mm-hmm.
I could have found a reason to get long off of the 2 a.m. low, that London low that was taken out at 6, that Asia low was taken out at 6. Um, I just have been really like hands off in trading London recently because it's been a bit slow.
Yeah.
So I I think overall bullish on the market. NQ had a deeper pullback than ES, which is the opposite of PAC. So I actually prefer it when ES leads. So ES is leading to the upside, and I think it's dragging NQ by the scruff of its neck upwards. But gold's kind of bait right now. I mean, I would welcome some sort of pullback today. We still have this I guess gap up range from Monday, Sunday to Monday close. That just went straight up. It was really hard to get long on Monday, especially for me. But we've got some sideways action, so for me, I'm kind of either trying to buy some sort of low or sell some sort of high. And if I get run over, I'll play the opposite side of either of those. If we reclaim, I'll look to long it back, to sell it back. And if I, from the upside, if they push it through and use it as support, I'll look to join the train. But yeah, ultimately right now I'm bullish on everything, so I'd prefer bullish setups, because that's where my confidence lies. But yeah, I'm taking a bit more of a slow one. I'm winding down. I'm going to the Maldives on Monday. I'm not trying to push the market too hard and suddenly be in the Maldives like, why the fuck did I do this? Oh my gosh. Like, I'm in wind down mode. And
Yeah.
I'll probably come back more
How long are
so
you going to be there?
9 days. Yeah, 9 days.
Okay.
It was ridiculous. We were going to go for 10, but the resort I'm staying at for the 10th day wanted like, I'm not going to say the number, but let's just say however much the night of the resort was, they wanted 2.5 nights worth for that additional night. And then my flight was also going to be a bit more expensive. And I was like, fuck that. I don't really care about an additional day that much. So we went with 9 days in the end. So yeah. Morning chat, how are we? Ahmed. Kane, what do you think about ICT tweet confronting order flow guys, Umar, etc., talking about volume profile holds no advantage over anything else used in retail concepts?
I
I
think
would go on, you answer.
no, I want to hear your opinion here.
I would
think
say
it's-
that
think
I
it's
would
funny.
say this, right? If the market is not made up of buying and selling, then what is the market made up of? Because that is the market, right? That's the whole point of the market, is where buyers and sellers engage. And volume
Order filled.
profile is a really good tool to
Order filled.
understand where the most people participate, right? And again,
Order
I'm not
filled.
a
Order rejected.
order guy, so I'm just saying how I would use it. It basically just shows you where the most people participate and where the least people participate. And for someone that appreciates fair value, because I do subscribe to market maker theory, if one side, if buyers just step into the market and just trade in one direction, and there was a point in the market where no one was able to sell or buy, or very little, I think the likelihood that the market revisits that area, because there was not a lot of participation, I think the likelihood of that happening is more higher probability, and then that area can be used as a support and resistance area, right? So you can either look to buy out of it or sell out of it based on how the market reacts around there. Me and Leo always say, like, it's really important to react to the market, and context is more important about than actually what we're looking at. It's what the market does with that information and at that point. Around the comments around, targeting Umar, probably Leo, other people that trade volume, I think they probably understand the market probably a bit better than some patterns on a chart, because the reality is if someone buys 1,000 contracts in the market and the market doesn't do anything, that is information. Doesn't mean that the order flow is wrong. It's actually just a lot of people are like, someone bought 1,000 and the market should go up. No, well, that's not how that works, right? So
Order filled.
I think he has a naive, pair of glasses on, because he obviously wants people to click on his
Order
filled
rejected.
money. But I don't have a position on it in terms of, I think, he's just a bit naive with it, really. What about you, Leah? What do you think?
I was going to be a little more direct than that, but I'll leave your comments.
Oh no, yeah, go on,
stand.
go with the direct. Go on, tell us what you think.
I think for you to believe ICE to believe other things he says. So what does he say? He was kidnapped by I don't know who.
Yeah.
He wrote the algorithm that moves the market, the algorithm, and that he then teaches you how his algorithms work so that you can make money in the market. You have to believe those things for you to believe anything else he says. That's a challenging proposition for anyone.
Yeah, sorry, my light fell down, so I was just putting it back up. Yeah, sorry. I was getting kidnapped actually by the guys in the white van. I fought
Yeah.
them off at the door though. Yeah, I think it's a bit. I think it's a bit crazy that someone believes that there is one algorithm that controls the market, because
A candle is a representation of what happened in the past.
yeah,
And if you wrote the algorithm that predicts what's going to happen in the future, you wouldn't use some weird pattern from something that happened in the past.
yeah.
I mean, but to me, you have to believe the other claims that he makes in order to believe most of anything of what he says.
Yeah, I agree. Kane,
And
how many? Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna answer the comment. Someone said, "How many L's we taking today?" As many as I deem necessary.
That's a fan. That's a Kane fan.
Yeah, I know. Haters are the number one fans, bro.
Yeah. They can't stop watching.
Is there anyone in the chat that's never taken an L? Yeah, the Ataka.
The chat has never taken an L.
Never, ever, ever.
Bit of an aggressive sell here right off the open.
Yeah, 18 points instantly. Bang. Kane sends signals to the CME. I am the CME. Okay.
Let's build.
It's nice.
Just checking the opening range.
Yeah, gold kind of held its opening range. The one thing I don't like is that quite literally from 820 to now, we have not gone below the 820 low. Like the 820 low doesn't even it exists, but there's no wick. So the low is literally the low. No wick. Hello, guys.
Filling this gap.
Yeah. They're going for it. They're going to go for the overnight low. It's fucking way away. Yesterday's open.
Not that far.
Where have you got the overnight low?
629.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty far. That's 100 points from here.
I think you can do that in a minute. We've seen it over and over.
Yeah, do you know what? I was driving back from the shop yesterday, or from dinner yesterday, sorry, and I sat there and was like, I can't believe that NQ went up 12% in one day. That thought just came into my head. Like, and actually, when I deep it, it's not even in one day. It was like 2 minutes. Yeah. So, holy hell, what a dump. It's nice actually.
The gap a little bit.
At least we have something to come back for, right? Maybe. I'm bullish on indices right now, so.
Well, I think you have to remember that yesterday was a bank holiday. So,
Did market participation reflect that?
Yesterday, actually, relative volume yesterday was higher than it is today.
Yeah. Because I think although it was a bank holiday, I don't actually think the market seemed that way.
Yeah. XYZ playbook. It's out.
It's out, guys.
It's available.
This
in
is
all of its glory.
Fucking sell, actually. I mean, they've sold it off 100 points now.
Are you? Oh, hang on. I may have to just buy this B range level. Because this looks like a spicy long.
What, like 90s? It was 85.
86 half. I'm just gonna put one lot in.
Makes sense.
It's gap fill plus V range. I mean, I gotta.
You V range off
shot at it
on the day, right?
Of today, yeah, of this session. Yep.
Yeah.
It resets at the start.
Yeah. See, I personally would. The 50% for me is from the 11 o'clock low yesterday.
Oh, that's not 50%. This is a different.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
There's that volume ledge right here. This kind of yanked it right off of that. There was a rejection right there.
Nevin, do you know what? I've never really spoken about the fact that I don't necessarily subscribe to the standard deviation stuff like in the way that I think a lot of people do. The way that I use projections, and we'll just call them that, right, is that if you were to say that like for sellers to take the market here and do this, someone has to buy it all the way back up here. For this person to get rewarded in this way, they want to see a return on their money. And I like the 2x of this to be the that area. Sorry, you can't see that side of my screen. Let me use the same analogy over here on gold. If buyers bought it from here to here, and then sellers bought it back down, for sellers to be rewarded in this break, they need to take price 2 times the distance of this for it to make sense. that for me is like the whole like idea that why I subscribe to it. Um, and then pull back into 50%. And then if you want to use another target, it's 2x of this, right? Which is then 4. That's kind of the reason that I subscribe to those two things. Um, but the main reason I got like started looking at it was because Dexter, and I've openly given him credit for this several times, was seeing a lot of success in it with it, and I was like, okay, there has to be some truth to this. I'm going to look into it, and I paid for Dexter's course Discord and looked at it, and it just made sense. Like I could see logic in it. I don't have to subscribe to something like to this is the truth. There's no other truth because I'm not an idiot. Well, at least I don't think so. Um, I can just see, okay, this makes sense to me, and logically, I would subscribe. I subscribe to that. So that's the main reason I do it, because if I was someone that wanted to move the market, I would want to realize money at that point, right? That 2R, that 4R, maybe I sold the breakout. I want to get double my money. That would take you to 4R. So, um, wow, I feel really stupid making all this money using volume profile. Yeah, just burn it. Honestly, if you're struggling to keep hold of the money that you keep making, just put it in a bin and put it outside. Obviously, it's just luck at that point, right?
That's funny. That's a good comment.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I got stopped out and then I got back in and then kind of just scratched out, or I think I got like 2 or 3 points out of it because we keep rejecting off of this ledge. I know volume profiles don't work. But there's context here. We're building volume, right? We had an open drive,
Mm.
pretty bearish open, and now we're building volume down here so that there's a bit of a indication there of some acceptance at the lows right now. So I just want something better, just as far as the setup goes. I took a stab at that trade just because of the level. But then, like obviously we're just rejecting. We're still trading lower and lower. So I'm just gonna give it a minute.
Yeah. ES back in the middle of its opening, this 30-second opening range. So they're a little bit decorrelated. Gold just rips
ES
out
is
of
rallying.
its. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's basically back at the high of its open. Gold, I did notice, bought back off of its opening range, which is also the weekly VWAP.
Where's gold at? Oh, yep. 24-hour view up too. And
Yeah, it's a strong area, but
Mhm.
we'll see. We'll see. JW, I know that they aren't standard deviations. I'm fully aware, which is why I corrected at the start and said projections.
Do you know what we do have a problem with is the likes.
Oh, really?
There's only 200.
There's 1,300 people in here, and we have 249 likes. That is criminal from you guys. So, if we could just quickly hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and yeah,
Quickly now.
quickly now.
And there's all this neg delta. I'm itching to get along in here.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it. You would do it if you weren't on stream, so just do it. Um, gold is, yeah, gold's looking really nice actually, at least to yesterday's high right now. Um, It's crazy. The overnight open on Monday was the size of the previous week candle on gold. Can you believe that? By the time I was awake looking at the chart at, 6 a.m. or whatever, we'd done the previous week's range.
All right, I'm gonna take a bad entry here and just give it space.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Well, if they are selling the piss out of it, they're not really going anywhere with it. So
Yeah.
I understand the logic for it here. It's just where could it go? It's so close to that overnight low now that that puts me off personally. Buy it off overnight low, send it higher.
That
ES,
also makes a lot of sense too.
yeah. Because that thing that could have been 100 points really quickly is now only 30 points. So it also traded off of previous day high considering the location and ES, and also it makes sense to wait. So you have to. I favor the stab, and if it loses money, it loses money, and we go again at the at this low. Anyone else in that silver trade? Is silver flying? Oh yeah, it's flying. It's up $1. Jeez.
Get that prior day close gap fill for you prior day close gap fill people.
Friday's close gap filled. One tick from overnight. Well, 3 ticks from overnight low. You have some silver options. Cool. Yeah, nice. Good on you. I was about to say, I'm glad you said they were call options, not puts, because puts probably aren't feeling the love right now. The low 4925. Okay, so we tagged the overnight low now. Oh no, we didn't. Eh, we tagged that 4 hour low, which is nope, that hourly low. Yeah, it's an hourly low that I had marked. Overnight low is 29. This is why I should just have this stuff automatically plotted for me. Right, Leo?
Yeah, it's amazing when you don't have to draw your stuff.
Sell the opening print, not in my playbook, but it pretty much, well, but that was pretty much it. Yeah, if you sold it yesterday, you felt a bit of pain though.
Interesting.
You know what was a really good trade today? That 5 minute mid on gold.
Yeah, twice.
Twice
Double
as well.
time.
You got paid a lot here. If they came back a third time, would I buy it? I don't know. Sounds a
No.
bit risky, that one.
Nope.
Okay. Did I take any trades today? I took gold longs this morning at like 6 a.m. And I covered way too early when I was there because I covered it here, this high. So I took got longs out of here, covered out of this high, and then it rallied a bunch more, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm an idiot." And then it retraced way below my entry. Um, can I explain why the 820 opening is the opening range? Um, the 820 is the open from the gold pits back in the day. So yeah, that's kind of the reason that it's that. I don't think they've adjusted. If you use the regular trading hours sessions, uh, it doesn't come online till 9:30. So
Well, the volatile. I mean, the pit open for gold is 720,
820.
820 Eastern.
820 EST, the real time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The fake time.
the real time.
That's when that
What?
market, traditionally opens, and the volume is still, the volume comes online at that time. So
Mm. There you go, boys and girls.
I like this buy down here. I tried it and it got stopped, but even with that overnight low there lingering, still a fan.
Yeah, I would be a fan of it. Let me bring it up on my other chart. I would be a fan of it all the way up here at 93s. That's 73, sorry. And I would just look to trade it back up to 738. That's kind of what I would look for. It's just a really wide stop, so I'd have to adjust for it. So probably only take it with one, but that's kind of the trade that I would look for. Um, because it's just this low. It's also that Asia low that I had marked out from here. These lows right here. So I took out all of these. If we reclaim, all I really want to do is I just want to be a participant in the reoffer. You're going to talk about the spreads going through the market at the moment. I'm not a spread trader, so no. Um,
There we
so
go. Nice flush.
this makes it even more.
That is.
Yeah, ES kind of really just lost its opening range, and now they're both flushing. This makes me really incentivized for some sort of long here. The only thing is that we have that daily high. There's no 4-hour high for me to get engaged in. Um, yeah. Back at yesterday's open. We buy yesterday's 5-minute mid. I'm kidding. It's way gone.
We're beyond that.
No, I know. But we can buy on the way back.
I'm going to take a stab here at 96. Do something buying coming in right there at yesterday's mid.
Okay, so we have 4-hour low. We have a good 4-hour low now. Uh, New 15-minute low. Yeah, see, now my stop's even larger. That puts me off.
Time is it? Okay, we got 12 minutes before the next period.
Yeah, I'll probably just wait for that at this point.
Yeah. All right, that's enough for me.
Yeah.
I'm down $1,000, Kane. What do I do? What do I do with my life?
I know you, buddy. I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll manage.
Yeah.
Took a couple of stabs at I mean, we got a pretty good look at this one. It didn't go anywhere. I still like, long entry somewhere here, but I took three L's in a row. I'm gonna give myself a chance to just reset. I mean, yeah, I'll wait with you for 10 a.m. See what happens there.
Yeah, makes sense, right? There's 2.5 kit saying a 6882 on ES. Well, to sell it.
Is gold just dead now that we're trading it? Is that what the deal is?
I personally have liked it. It is a little bit, it retraces a bit too much for my liking, but I'm adjusting slowly.
Yeah.
I'm just having to move break even a little bit later than normal.
Hmm.
Found myself getting ran out a few too many times and still being right. What dump? Any news? We're here at the Open. So the Open, it typically does one of two things: nothing or a lot. And the lot is here, 200 points lower, approaching 300 points from the high. If the 10 a.m. reversal model happens today, would I take it? Yeah, so the main reason I would take it is because we don't like here, this opens at 6 and sold down. So I probably would look to take some trade off of this low. But the likelihood is I would just hold for some short-term high, take my base hit and run. Um, am I expecting a full-blown reversal today? Probably not. Um, so yeah, right now all my eyes are on this, and if we can get back down here at 10, I'll take it. If not, after a 300-point move, I won't chase it. Crude oil down 140 since the open, since 6 a.m. Um, Tracy, what happened in oil? Tell us, tell us. This thing's just been slowly bleeding all day, and now the open comes around and they whack it. Any news in oil? You said, oh, no news. Was that about oil?
That sell-off was oh wait, hang on. Oh damn, it is really just
They're whacking it. No news. Okay. They just fucking hate them. They hate all the markets right now, other than
sell it
gold, by the
all.
looks of
Sell it
it.
all.
Yeah, someone got a phone call today.
We went from dreaded creeping rally to sell it all.
Sell it all today, and the bond traders are just like buy everything. Yeah. Apart from YM, I think the YM department, they got the message wrong and they bought it. Yeah. So what's the RTY doing? Oh wow, the RTY and the YM department, I think they got drunk last night and they got the message a bit wrong.
What are they doing?
Oh, they just sent it higher, like a silly amount actually.
RTY?
Yeah, RTY they sent it higher. Yeah,
Huh.
RTY is up 15 points from its open.
A little bit of a rotation here.
It's funny, I had crude up thinking it was ES because it looked so similar. They're just dying. CPI will not be reported this week. It's my favorite week as well. Anyone in any trades chat? How we look in your end? Let me guess.
Everyone's short.
You guys call the short.
Damn. So we have a bit of a scare yesterday. Would you like to hear about it?
Sure. How scared am I going to be?
I don't know. Um, I was on with Farm trading the close,
Okay.
and I got a text from my wife, and it said, how long till you're done?" And I'm like, "Oh, 5 minutes." She's like, "I need you to go get Graham, my little one, from school." I'm
Mm.
like, it's the middle of the day. Like, I'm busy. Like, she's like, "No, like you have to go get him." And so immediately I knew something was wrong. So I run downstairs, and the little one, 5-month-old, is pale as can be, and my wife says she's been, throwing up. like violently.
Mm.
And the backstory is that G Money
Mm.
has a peanut allergy, like a severe peanut allergy, and
Oh,
we have to walk. Everywhere he goes, we go. Epi goes with him, right?
yep.
Um, so the pediatrician said you need to give the little one, the 5-month-old, a little bit of the peanut butter powder in her milk, like as soon as possible, to for a test, basically. And it's interesting. She didn't have an immediate reaction. It was about an hour and a half later that she just started violently throwing up.
So it's a mild allergy or what?
It's interesting. I didn't even know this, but there's two types of reactions you can have to food. One of them is an allergic reaction, like G would have. If he
Mm.
comes into contact with peanut butter, it's instant
Hives and everything.
hives,
Yeah.
difficulty breathing, etc. This is it's called FPIES. It's a delayed gut reaction. So the gut is basically like you have to get this out.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why, the violent, throwing up, vomiting, etc. But it's just like when you already have a son, you already have a child with peanut allergies, and that situation is dire, right? If he is exposed to peanut. And so that test is being like, I knew that my wife was giving her the peanut butter powder yesterday,
Mm.
right? And it was just like, it didn't even register with me until she was like, no, you have to go get Graham. I knew something
Well,
was wrong.
you probably were like, okay, when are you going to give her it? Okay, no reaction. Okay, we're good. Like,
Yeah,
you probably
yeah,
forgot
yeah,
about it. And then, you're like an hour later, she's like, oh, you need to go get G. And you're like, why? What's up? It makes sense. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That must have been fucking frightening.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
Well,
yesterday I was like, guys, I got to run because we were going a little past the hour, and I was like, like I have to jet.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, don't fuck about that. Um, so does that mean no peanut butter or peanuts or anything peanut related in your house ever?
No, we haven't. I mean, for the last 8 years, we haven't had peanut butter in the house at all.
Do you like peanut butter?
I am my so I like peanut butter so much. Like Reese's is
Yeah.
my favorite,
That's
candy.
horrible, isn't it?
And legit, my oldest daughter's name, her middle name is Reese.
Oh, you
It's
love it.
not a lie.
Yeah, yeah, you love it then.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, that sucks for you. So when you go away, you're like, fuck, I can have peanut butter. Oh
Every
my
once in a
gosh.
while, like Christmas, my wife will get me like some Reese's, and she'll just be like, just eat it, like throw it away, wash your hands, etc. Like,
She's
yeah.
she's like rewarding you for not having any for the whole year.
Adrenaline pen, yeah, an EpiPen. Yep. We go everywhere
Has
with
she
our
ever
Epi.
has she ever had to use it?
No, thankfully.
Does he know about it though? He's like,
Oh yeah,
oh,
absolutely. Yeah, he knows. He knows he can't have peanut butter and eggs. That's you know.
eggs. Oh, that would kill me. That would.
Yeah.
Eggs. I love
Hmm.
eggs.
Some of the recent testing that he's done indicates that his egg allergy might be fading a bit. So
Mm,
like we are likely going to do a baked egg challenge. So it's possible that he could have food that has baked eggs in it. Like brownies or muffins or anything that's a baked product with egg. But we haven't done the testing yet.
so G's that guy on a plane. Why no one can have nuts?
Yeah, because the reaction is for some people,
It's air as
even
well, isn't it?
even the dust
Yeah.
from the peanuts can trigger an immune response, a violent immune response.
Yeah. Well, that sucks. 'Cause I fucking love
Yeah.
eggs and I love nuts. And I
Yeah.
love peanut butter. That would
Yeah.
kill. As someone that's pretty fussy, that would fucking kill me actually.
Hmm.
I love a good bit of peanut butter on toast. Oh, mm, that's a treat. That is. We sold off so aggressively, and now we're doing nothing, and we have the turn right now. What's gonna happen?
Yeah, sometimes peanut allergy kids, there's a treatment that they do with kids now where they do like a very medically supervised exposure type of therapy where you take them to the office 2 to 3 times a week. They do this exposure and they do that over weeks, and then they start to like get more aggressive with it to kind of train your body to not respond, I guess. But it's very labor intensive. Yeah, taking 2 to 3 hours, spending 2 to 3 hours at the doctor's office 2 to 3 times a week. That's a lot of time, especially for a busy family. And then also, pretty expensive.
What do you think of Michael J. Burry tweeting out about the photo of him in the film? Me then, me now. Oh well, it worked out. It will work out. He's
Hmm.
he's big short right now.
He must be.
He's short Palantir a lot apparently,
Oh, that
and
sucks.
Palantir just dropped $10 today. Yeah.
I'm
Thing
gonna
is,
try a short here off this overnight low.
yeah,
Volume, you got to be careful with some of these reactions off lows, but we have a little bit of a low volume node right here against the overnight low. Just want to see this thing kind of get back into this range here.
yeah, I agree. For me to get long, I need that low gone. So I'm an advocate for shorts here. Mike says, scary situation, Leo. My 7-year-old is highly allergic to peanuts, tree nuts, and eggs. EpiPen
Yeah,
goes everywhere with
same.
us. Hope the
Yep.
little one is doing better.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Wonder how much effect Burry has on the stock market rather than the stock market actually moving. Um, yeah, I mean he has been wrong quite a lot, but I mean his wins have been so astronomically large that I wouldn't care about how often he was wrong.
Covered 1 for 15.
That's what he is, 1 for 15.
No, I said I just covered one lot for 15 there.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry.
I was hoping that we reject again, which we did, but it's just like they bought it right back up there in these 12s.
Yeah.
If we're gonna get continuation lower, I think this is a pretty good spot to take a stab at it.
Yeah, for me, I would like to probably see like 60s on NQ and like 87 on ES. I'd probably look to short that. That's like a good area for me. Bostic set to retire end of term in Feb. Speaking of retirements, the GOAT is retiring at the end of the year.
Who's the
Who's
goat?
who's the GOAT, chat? I think the GOAT, like stock market GOAT.
Who's the stock market goat?
Oh, come on.
Retiring? Oh, Buffett.
Buffett's retiring at the end of the year.
Yeah. I mean, he is, I think he deserves to retire.
He's 90 fucking 5, bro. I think he deserves to retire.
He deserved to retire 20 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's been working. I mean, his
Talk about love for the game,
love for the game, bro. Like, I was scrolling LinkedIn yesterday, is where I saw it. And someone just gave like some crazy statistics about him and lived in the same house for like 57 years. And the amount of wealth he has accumulated over those 57 years, like he could have bought his town.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like silly.
Let's take out these lows games.
Let's do it. Sell them all. Please shoot me if I'm trading with $1 billion at 95. Yeah, I mean, he's doing it with $150 billion. So yeah,
I can't comprehend that.
yeah, it's so much fucking money, eh? I didn't know that Berkshire Hathaway owned Duracell.
They own an entire railroad system, bro.
Yeah, I was looking into it yesterday. They own so fucking much. Yeah, so let's just hope his sons and daughters don't dump his Coca-Cola shares. I think it's actually in his. They're not allowed to sell it.
They're really gonna come back and test my patience like this, little fucks.
He's got a team. Yeah, I'm sure he does have a team, but I'm also sure that they probably respect his opinion more than I guess the average person thinks. Look, Buffett hasn't been a great return on investment. Berkshire Hathaway, like their dividend hasn't been a good return on investment, right, for the last couple of years. I guess like 10, because he's old, chat. Like, why is he just out? He's not out here, traveling the world to all of these chairman meetings and actively managing companies anymore. Why would he do that? So yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Um, to do it. They have the largest cash bar right now. I think they knew he was retiring, chat, and why would they want to, you know, they actively see out his retirement at the end of the year. They get a whole new wave of policy, probably more risk on. Yeah, they own Dairy Queen. They just earn so much. He's sitting on 380 million in cash. I think it's more than that. I think it's quite a bit more than that, but as well.
Went for the re-entry and then just build on it. We're not going lower yet.
Yeah. He doesn't own that many cars, but he owns something dumb like close to half the private jets available for renting. Smart man, chat. Just a smart man in general, right? But yeah. What a end of an era.
That's at the end of this year, right?
Yeah, he
His
retired
last
at the
thing was a letter.
Yeah,
Saying that.
Yeah, I think he sent out his chairman's letter yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And then he announced as well that he will continue his annual newsletter. Yeah, they make $5 billion from dividends alone. Yeah. Not really much going on here. Gold creeping higher. That slow dreaded rally is in gold. Still want to see that low taken, realistically.
Looks like it.
NQ approaching this area for me right now as the 5775, that short-term high. Retest that here, head a little bit lower, play some reversal, back up into here again. That would be the obsessive are generally the most successful. The GS deal he did. Yeah, I mean, he's just smart chat, just a smart guy, right? There's just no arguing that. It's like saying Jim Simmons wasn't a good trader because, whatever. Berkshire love treasuries. I think they just love diversified risk, no? They're a dividend diversified risk house. Oof, nice little spike on gold here into that overnight high. Come on, there it goes. Sweet.
All right, we're short 45.
Yeah. We tapped that area that I was looking at, 57.50. Nice little reaction out of there. It's gonna be hard for me to get involved here. I could maybe short 42s if we come back to it. Make new lows off 42s, maybe. This is a very risky short though, for me at least.
This is gonna be my last. I am definitely picking the wrong spots to get involved here.
Stops a little bit too tight. Not sure if Chris from Trading Boxes would see a wedge in NQ to go long now. Yeah, I'd actually like to go with the intra-market trend unless it's off of a low. And right now, this low is not a good low for me. 957, 10 a.m.
Strike zone of
opens.
that.
Um,
Give me a better look at something. Went for the kind of continuation here. Got a little bit, then scratched on one. Trying to get in this one, but
no, I'm in 42.25.
of course, now you are.
I did say I would though.
Yeah,
That was the area.
that's gonna go. That's the frustration of taking yourself out sometimes is not always the right move. So there we go.
Yeah, but sometimes you also just need to sit and chill, you know. I get it. Don't be frustrated. I know I would be. I was fucking super frustrated last week. Holy.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy actually. 400-point melt up in my face after getting stock break even to the tick. No, under stopped out to the tick, not even break even.
Yeah, I remember that.
Holy fuck, that was tilting, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of keeping it cool on air last week. I was livid with myself when
Yeah,
I
he
got
called me
off
after.
air.
Kane called me after that one, and he was like, "Oh,
That was a fun stream.
livid."
Yeah, maybe for you guys. I was fucking pissed. I was so angry. Okay, I'm gonna just go break even here. Remove all risk. Um, nice. I got my base. So I got my base here on my TPT accounts with this trade as well. So my TPT accounts are up nicely on it. They immediately just trailed out here. The way I work with the props when I copy trade them is I just set daily TP targets on my prop accounts using Tradeovate, and it just closes the trade out, closes all positions. So something to note here, just quickly on this trade, is that ES just took out this low that I was aiming for. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and cover right now, $1,000, because I don't want to get greedy on it. And it was a nice, was risking a couple $100, made 1,000 on like 2.8, copied it to most of my prop accounts. So it's a nice one. Gold really pushing now. That spike through that overnight high, which, we're kind of bullish on gold. So, and I also, another reason I wanted to close out here is that if I'm aiming for this low and ES is already trading into it, right? And this starts to rally in my face, I have an option to join it here, or I can join it here and look to take it the other side. And I now have some money that I've made on the day to use that as a buffer for a small paper cut and trying to, play some sort of upside reversal. Um, so yeah. So to the guy that asked me right at the beginning of the stream, how many losses today? We're on 0 right now. We're actually on 2 wins for the day. So you can take that one to your party later. I'm sure you're really fun at those.
It was my turn today.
Bro, I sucked so much last week. It wasn't even fun. So
Man, I just fuck. Just cutting that trade early is just fucking just. It was just
yeah,
I would
I get
never
it.
do that. I would never do that.
You would actually probably average into it or add into it
No,
a little bit
just-
on the way back down. Um, Nevin, do I use technical? Okay, so I got into a stop order. Yep, I got in a stop order. I just after that kind of this 15-minute high that I was looking for. Ultimately, that was the high, and I just want to look to sell off of that. It's not valid for me, people of Observer, because I like to see. I'm a 4-hour trader, so for me to trade a 4-hour candle, I need to see a 4-hour wick. So for me, if this is the 4-hour wick to the upside, I'm positioned in it here, back down to the open. This is that 10 a.m. open. So respecting that 10 a.m. open, ES has already taken out that 9 a.m. low. This is a really good area for me to cover because there's a lot of confluence that this is just an area for retest because 10 a.m. is set to be bullish, at least in my logic. And then, yeah, because mainly because ES took out the 9 a.m. low. Okay, sorry, there was one more question. So there were a couple of questions. Do I trade technical? Do I only trade technicals? More or less, yeah. Or do I invest based on fundamentals? And do I do fundamental analysis for my investments? I'm gonna be really left hand curve from an investment perspective here. The last time I bought stocks was in that April low, right? And I asked myself, is Nvidia making less money today than they were the last time they were here, or are they making more? Okay, they're making more. Then why would I not buy it here? Because they're making more money, trading at the same price, and I'm able to. And we just got this pretty much a bit of a flash crash because of some tariff news, which is likely to see some alleviation at some point, right? So I bought Nvidia, I bought Palantir, and I bought most of the Mag 7 in some way. My biggest bets were Nvidia and Palantir, and they're both up 2x off the low. The left-hand curve of my brain here is that they're both making more money than they were previously. I was really, I would have really hoped to have been able to buy them at that level before, and I didn't. And then I got given the opportunity, so I just bought it. Didn't even think about it. So yeah. Don, where can you get where can I get more in-depth information on prop trading for us that are on the fence? The prop sites give a generalized info, but I'm not familiar with the concept. Okay, where can you get more information? What kind of information are you looking for, Don? Before I answer the question, just so, like, are you looking for, like, for someone to explain exactly how they work? Are you looking, like, what actually are you looking for? Because there are lots of different sites for different things. But yeah. Don't worry. Sorry, my throat is dry. Gold pushed 25 points through its overnight high.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh man, look at that chart.
Yeah, my lungs
See
this morning,
ya.
my lungs this morning are screaming at me in the face. Because I never actually well, I did get stopped on them more or less to the tick, but that would have, yeah. On long-term investments in stocks, what are you looking to do? Exit your position and wait for the next buying opportunity? Not really. I don't buy things on the basis that I plan to sell them at some point. Don't get me wrong. If I suddenly needed a bunch of money, I would look to, you know, and the amount of money I had meant I had to dip into it. I would dip into it if I needed it, So My rationale for the short was just this 15-minute high with this 9 a.m. low, but ES basically, um, ES just looks weaker, right? Because we have this high didn't get taken, but then we also have this low that got taken. So for me, all I was looking to do was trade this 15-minute candle from this high to this low on NQ. That was really it. And then I just covered at 10 a.m. open. Now I would just welcome the low to get taken, run out these buyers. Everyone here is now in pain under here. Force out some weak hands, reclaim, send it back up. Now I have a target and I have 50% and I have midnight and I have the opening range. So it's then for me, it's like long some sort of reoffer, manage risk at that point, and I can just let this potentially run. And also, the likelihood is that I don't lose money on the day because I've made money on this short. Daily FEG on that low. On what low? Oh, all the way down in the previous day's low. It could be a previous day high to previous day low type of thing. The reality is I'm much rather expecting a retest up into like these 650 levels. Something up here, and then a continuation tomorrow. Um, how important is midnight open for me? I use it as an area to look to scale out of positions, like manage risk, close them. I'm not a partials guy, so you don't really ever see me partialing there. But I would look to scale my stop loss or trail, not scale, trail my stop loss. So yeah. In hindsight, this looks like a good cover from me. We'll see how it develops. Chat, we're at 411 likes. We haven't lost people since the start of the
Not
stream.
enough.
Way not enough. We need to be way up there. We have 1,300 people. That tells me we should have at least 600 likes. At least. You think gold has an easy run? Yeah. But the question is, right, Eric, where could you get long, manage risk, and let it run? That's the question. Does it have? Does the lab have lectures on standard deviations? I'm gonna be really honest. We don't have a bunch of video content because I think context is important. And I've said this a lot. There's a lot of live stream content, but there's not a lot of like this is exactly how you use standard deviation because what we kind of said last week is like I could tell you that this is just I don't know. I can make it up. Anything I can make up and make it sound like this is the logic, and that makes sense in hindsight. I think it's really important to see things in the market, how you manage those things, how you use those things to actually impact your trading. And I think doing that in any way other than live trading or in a live market with live market conditions, I think it's a bit of a facade, right? It's great to say like, hey, this is how I use it, but let's get into examples. That makes more sense than not. Tanya went short NQ around the same level or here? Hope it works out for her though. 690 for a logical liquidity target. 690.25. That's kind of the low, but I would need the low first. I would need that low. ideally. There is divergence, so there is a logic for potentially getting in off of 609 to 690s, but we'll see. We will see. Time's important, so is context. So we just have to wait for it to. I took the short because for me to get long, I want to see 10 a.m. low. 10 a.m. make a low, sorry. And this is a 15-minute high. So for me, I want to see the 15-minute high trade into the low. And I guess an element of luck here was I got stopped into the order and it just melted, and I basically got to close the trade in 2 minutes. So it was a bit of a pain-free trade. It could have, took another stab and I would have exactly played it again, but that's the trade for me so far. Kane moved the market. No, I don't know about that. Leo, do you ever get paralysis analysis?
I don't think so. You?
I think like the more and more time I spend looking at charts, I can like overthink things. Yeah, like I think having a break is good. Because when I come back and I have a break, well, I just feel like laser focused on trading.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh wow, this looks so clean. Where like 3 weeks prior, I'd have been like, what the fuck's going on? I can't like,
Who am
what?
I?
Why am I missing this? And at the end of the day, I'd have been like, oh fuck, this was clean. Why did I not see this? And the next day, I do it all again. But I think just taking a step back is usually pretty good. How
John
am
is short 609.
I don't hate it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're wrong quick here. Oh, is that stuff above the high? 609. She's short. Oh yeah, she's short of
I
this.
think ES really has potential to break right here at 71s.
Yeah. Am I adjusting to gold? I'm just super like aware that I don't know how the gold market moves, so I'm kind of leaving my stop in a lot, um, like for like the risk, a lot more, and then I'm just adding into successful moves without adding risk. So that's really what I've been doing. Like I've been waiting for a price to run ever so slightly, probably a bit longer. My trades on gold are just a bit longer. I'm taking more like daily, like intraday swings for like a few hours instead of like 10, 15 minutes. Okay, we hit 500 likes. So just 100 more. Wow, someone unliked. That was kind of rude.
Yeah.
Um,
What?
that was someone reliked. Thank you. Let's get it to 600, chat. Let's do that.
I mean, our standard is 700 before the mid market segment.
Yeah.
I think Nick's on today for mid
Oh,
market.
that with them then chat. You know what we do. As soon as we know who we're stealing likes from, we just steal them all. Do I think there is an AI bubble? Yes, I do. Do I think that AI has real use cases? Yeah. However, do I think that a company raising money says that they're an AI startup focused on something? Do I think that they raise more money than someone else doing the exact same thing without AI? Yeah, I think they raise more money. And then that raises the question of the person using AI, are they actually using AI or are they just, plugging in ChatGPT? So I think that's definitely a bubble. Can only like once.
I think if you have to ask if it's a bubble, it's probably a bubble.
Yeah, there you go. Just reoffer at 625. Looks kind of good.
But the difference though here is that prior bubble, but the prior large bubble, there were a lot of companies that had no value. Some of the
Yeah.
technology had no value. And I think that there is a very, very large economical value to what AI is able to do for people.
Oh yeah,
And
crazy.
that is tangible. That's real. That's providing real economical value to people and companies.
Yeah, like dot-com bubble, like these companies were just fake, right? They actually did
Right.
nothing.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
AI nowadays actually has like real use case. It can affect things. Like people can feel it, look at it. It's tangible. It tells them that, gives them advice, whatever. Do I think that the version of AI we have now will be the version of AI where we see like trillion-dollar valuations of companies with AI? Probably not. Like I know that OpenAI are going for the largest ever IPO. But we'll see. I think this is a good area to get long off of the 608s on NQ. Targeting 690s was like an 80-point move. I personally am not going to take it, but it makes a lot of sense as to do it. I'm kind of just in wind down. I'm not trying to push the market too heavy. I got paid today, but it's definitely a trade I would take.
I'm kind of stalking this pullback for a long here. Just not. I was wanting to see that ES low go, and they bought it right back up, but now they're below it. There's like
Yeah.
a fat ledge right here on the profile. So it's just like,
Well, they just gave you that ES low.
yeah. I still think it has like, I think it could take that overnight low.
What's that?
68.
6 points, yeah. OpenAI IPO has got to be a top signal. It's funny you say that. I said that to one of my friends. I said if the OpenAI IPO isn't a top signal, I don't know what is. Yeah, Dan, it's fucking nuts, isn't it? But I think that, how does the adage go? When you look at something and think it can't go higher, it normally goes higher. So, and the reality is who catches the top of a bubble? Practically no one, because that's the whole point. They implode at the top and they just collapse. Yeah, someone does have 3x liquidity. Sadly, it's normally me. Yeah. Someone I know bought Palantir at like $7 and sold it at like 50. I think. No, no, not even 50, at like 15. Thinking that they were top of the world, right? It's like a whole hundred and something dollars later. Like if you look at the Palantir chart and say, yeah, this is healthy. No, I appreciate it, Norseman. The PTT episode was good. I enjoyed that.
It's always a gem when you get to talk to me, right, Kane?
Always, brother. Absolutely always. Nick and Stowe were just an added bonus.
They were just there for the show. All right, come on. Come on, ES. Take it out. Get it over with. Do it. Do the thing.
Do you know what? I would say this, right? Is a like to catch on your point. They kind of skipped over it. I think it's really easy to skip over it when OpenAI gained, what's the crazy statistic? ChatGPT got more users in one day than Facebook got in 10 years or something. I think it was like a crazy, crazy, crazy statistic. Like the amount of, or quickest to a million users. So I can't remember the exact, but the whole premise of what I'm saying is that they grew so fast. Like it was ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, it's that growth is obviously going to be shown in some sort of, chart. OpenAI are not tradable. You filter that back. NVIDIA are providing stuff to OpenAI, so all money flows into NVIDIA, and then you get this AI bubble off of NVIDIA, right? That's kind of my thought process. Yeah, I understand that, but the reality is that Facebook is still one of the fastest growing platforms ever.
All right, let's see what happens here. Took out that low, took out the IB low. ES took out the overnight low.
It's bounce or die, right?
Um, yeah, I mean, we've sold from here, this area, 4 times. This is the 4th time now.
Yeah.
I think do want to see, buyers show up today here for a good look at a intraday long.
Yeah, I agree. Gold's still ripping. Thanks, Phil. Phil's just gonna punish me on my gold. He's just he's just gonna keep telling me
It
about it
is
all day.
absolutely going to the moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have I tried Arc Raiders? I don't know what Arc Raiders is. I apologize. So no, is the answer. I haven't. I have not. What's the difference between Orderflow Labs and Bookmap? Leo, would you like to answer that question?
Oh man, it's hard to answer that question. Bookmap is just a visual representation of the DOM. They're just showing you the depth of market with basically like a heat map. The heat map you can get on NinjaTrader, you can get on any platform. The three major, retail trading platforms that use some type of order flow have heat map. They include some other things that are proprietary to them. That are some of it is option stuff, some of it is other items. I don't really find a lot of value in taking an existing, taking like the depth of market and giving you a different way to look at it personally, but I know a lot of people do. What Orderflow Labs does is a few things. Taking the order flow information and giving you a different way to look at it so that you understand what's happening, not just a different way to visualize it. And I think that's a key distinction. And then the other part is just automation of well-known setups and actually just tools that, like these news events, right? Giving you access to market metrics, all of the things that I want as a trader, we've built. So it's just a combination of automation, um, automatically drawing levels based on setups and other criteria, and then helping you understand what's happening with order flow and not just showing you order flow in a different way. Bookmap's main strength is not the heat map of the DOM, but the ability to show liquidity bubbles easy. So those bubbles you're seeing are just a representation of the time in sales. And we have that same function. It's actually free in the NinjaTrader freemium platform too. So you could take the NinjaTrader heat map and you could put the Order Flow Labs free recon tape and get the exact same look as you would get with a book map. Those bubbles are just showing you what's transacted for volume. Exactly. Bubble is all the rage now. I don't understand that. I mean, if you're good at reading the time and sales, you really don't need that. If we call it the reconstructed tape. I can try to pull it up here on stream, but essentially what it does is it takes the time and sales and visually shows it to you in a bubble format, and it does a few things. It may need a minute to get going here. We'll just give it we'll get a live flow here. I may have the wrong file for some reason. Some of the freemium stuff that is normally out there seems to struggle on my chart.
I was kind of eyeing along here, but I bailed on it after we.
I mean,
had this spike.
yeah. This is the long I wanted to take, but then we got off on a tangent here.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get this to run.
I think my 2 pence here, right, is that people like to see something visually appealing, and seeing something really big on your screen that's green, whether we like it or not, we immediately go, "Oh, someone's buying a lot here," and people like that. You always use inversions? Yeah, not for the reason that you think I use them, but mainly because I like to see, this for me is a representation of like someone either getting into a large short or shorts being bought here, So I kind of like to see that violent wick, and this is that violent wick.
Oh, I know what the reason some of my, because I'm using the volume Hikanashi, and it's mad about that.
Okay. I have no idea what you mean, but why would I?
Yeah. There we go.
I just put how much dollars I'm down really huge on my screen. Same sometimes. I actually sometimes just write, like, put it in a text notepad, being like, I write it out. I'm like, fuck. So the reason I actually bailed on this long is because if I look at this from a 4-hour candle perspective, it's like bought up, bought back down, held this area for so long, spike, sold lower, and now finding some sort of resistance here. I would have liked to have got in it and then got through it and then trail break even. Now we're here. I don't know if I want to buy this to then go back through what has been a difficult area to get out of. So I'm betting on it. It could still play. Same kind of concept as earlier. I don't really want to push the boat on something when I've already made money. There's volume. What mutant candle is this?
What's that?
Don't know, someone put in chat. It's like, there's volume. What mutant candle is
Sounds
this?
like Leo's undercover way of moving back to Hikanashi. I've had him on for, you guys haven't noticed? The Hikanashi bars have been back on. This isn't the greatest demonstration here because it's using the 500 volume bars from the chart. But what I would do and I won't do it because I'll spare you guys me making mistakes. But I would configure this on a shorter time frame so that these bubbles specifically change in size and color based on the intensity of the deltas coming through from the tape. So not only is it telling you what's happening on the tape, but also how aggressive that is compared to the past, 10, 20, bars, etc. And you can see things like, yes, of course, I can see we had a big sell. It's right here. Oh, you guys can't see. Um, it's right here, and then boom, buyers, came in, right? So it's showing you what's happened. You could take NinjaTrader's heat map visualizer and throw in this free tool from Orderful Labs Premium, and it would give you exactly the same view that you're getting from Bookmap, and you'd be getting it on NinjaTrader directly. You would want this on a shorter time frame than a 500 volume bar, though. So typically, like, I would create another data series and a panel, um, and then run that on a shorter time frame. Maybe I'll do that for future streams. The unfortunate part about streaming is having a time and sales. I'm looking at off screen. It would be nice to be able to at least have something to kind of show what we talk about sometimes when we're saying like, oh, there's the buyers just lit up the tape. It's like, okay, well, it'd be cool if we could just show it to you real time.
Soon.
Anyways,
Hmm. So that would have been the entry. I'm not in it, but that would have been it. It's kind of looking like ES is switched because ES is not trading into the same area, so I think this spike on ES has kind of had some sort of strength switch. Um, Same logic though. Nothing really matters here. I'm still kind of bullish, um, but not desperate to touch it. Do I think crude oil is bouncing here? I can probably speak for us both. We don't trade crude, so we would have no clue, realistically. I'm sure at some point it will bounce. It definitely can't. Well, there's one asset that can go lower. It's really crude, right? I probably wouldn't look to pick a bottom on this though.
have you ever traded crude?
Other than the competition, no, and I quickly gave up on that because it doesn't pay.
Yeah, the minis or the micros are not worth trading, in my opinion.
The minis?
The micros.
Yeah, but what about the minis? Are they? They're just 10 times the size?
Yeah, I mean, I think the day that we were on it just wasn't really moving. There's better markets to trade. I think gold, like if you were going to trade a different market, it would just be, I would trade gold.
Yeah, I think you could have long gold at any point today and made money.
Really? The chart didn't tell you that.
I didn't have bookmap open, so no. Uh, Sorry, that was too funny. I'm just a comedian, chat. Um, Ken, I don't know how much light pollution there is in your area, but we're getting pretty decent solar storm. Yeah, I've seen the Northern Lights a few times at my house now. which is fucking cool, actually. Well, I think so, at least. Um, Premium discount, there are free indicator out there that plots the same time frames as yours, as they don't always have to do it. There is not, brother. I'm sorry. My indicator is also not for sale, so that's not like, oh, I'm just gatekeeping it. Like, it's just not 100% accurate. Um, so until it is, it will remain that way. So no, I don't know, and I also don't know if they use the logic that I use for it. So I can't recommend anything. Sorry. Why don't I trade ES? For the opposite reason that Pax trades it. Pax likes it to be slow, likes to know where he is. I like the volatility of NQ. Um, I don't have to put too much size on an NQ to get paid. Same with gold, really. Fucking hell, gold is up 100 points from the low.
I'm trying along here at
57.
70, right here at the 70s.
Yeah, that was where my
Entry's not that great, but just looking for this like low to get rebid out of here. ES is at a pretty good spot. So I think like if we're going to continue, if this low is going to hold, this is a decent spot for that trade.
makes sense.
We just need them to lift 73s. They refuse to do it.
Yeah, that was my original. My original entry was, or what I was looking at was 71.75, and I bailed on it after we took out that 10 a.m. opening price. Maybe I'll regret it. Maybe I won't.
Let's see if those 60s hold now. No. She doesn't look good. All right. Give it a shot.
Things are really good.
Still a
shot,
good
though.
setup.
Yeah. The invalidation with that low is just so wide. That's my only one of the main reasons I bailed on it.
Okay.
The good bail. It didn't look like a good bail for a second, but it quickly became a good bail. Gold seeing some rotation. Just be $3,000 PA due to over leverage. Any advice how to handle that loss? Why do you feel like you over leverage? I think that's probably a better, or oversize is probably the better term. Because without understanding that, me telling you don't oversize is probably not the solution, but it is sadly the answer. So you kind of have to get to the bottom of why you do it. Because whether you think it or not, there's definitely a reason. $25 to $70s. Geez, you're expecting death. Gold found some sort of spike top here. It's pulled back. It's had a 10-point pullback in its 90-point run. What's the average ROI I look for usually? Pretty low, like 2, 1.5 to. Don't get me wrong, sometimes I have monstrous trades, like 20R, but like that's normally when the market picks up and I can roll trades out time frames. But mostly intraday, I'm in and out of trades pretty quick. Usually getting stopped on them pretty quick because I love picking a top and a bottom.
Damn. Gun try there. I'm gonna set up this recon tape for the next stream. We're on.
Yeah.
I think I'm on with Nick tomorrow morning.
I'm on with you in the evening, so
Tomorrow evening. Damn, I'm doing double time tomorrow.
yeah, you're working overtime, brother.
What?
Oh, Larry, he's just noticing that the team delete the trolls super fast. I took a trade, yeah, I took a short this morning. Actually, I took a long on gold and a short on NQ, but the long on gold was off stream, so you won't even be able to find that. But it was a pretty early long. 6E on the move. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it's pushing up. I Yeah, it's buying out of that low, isn't it? It's a pretty good area. I'm still hovering around that initial entry that I wanted.
Frustrating. Bit of frustrating session for me.
I feel that, brother. Don't worry, I feel that very much. That was me last week. I could have, yeah, you know how annoyed I was, so I don't have to repeat it. But, Nevin, I'm struggling with consistency, looking for 2 to 2.5R, but 2 consecutive losses has me back to break even. How can I grow my equity? Struggling how to get out of that break even stage. So there's two things I'll say to you, right? Is if you're in that break even stage of trading, you are better than 90-ish% of people giving it a go, right? But you're just not in that 5% of people making money, right? There's that 5% in the middle that aren't making money, aren't losing money, and just getting, eaten up with commissions, etc. So one, wouldn't give yourself too much discredit because you're almost there, right? And two, I would ask the question this is like, what does like your trading data tell you around your trades where you aim for 2R? Do they run? Do they go straight to stop loss? Do they give you a little bit? Do they, what do they do? Because for me, I like to pick tops and I like to pick bottoms. So for me, I like to go break even pretty quick because the reality is do I think that I'm the best in the market to the point that I can do that? Well, no, I know I'm not. So the reality is I have to give it shots, and the shots I give it, I have to be comfortable taking the stop out. And also, in the eventuality that I am wrong, how do I protect that? And the only way I ever really got to figure that out was looking at the trades I went for and how often they ran 1R, but then stopped me out. And I then build this, system of, okay, if I enter on a 15-minute, time frame, and we go to the other side of the 15-minute candle, 60% of the time we buy back and we continue. Okay, so that sounds like a really good spot for me to go break even, right? How many times do then we buy back from that, stop me break even, and then continue? Like I build these data points, and it's a lot of work. That's the tough part. it's a lot of work to build it, but you have to build the data point because at that point it becomes less emotional about the decision you make and more logical, and you have data points to back it up. Leo will always say 5 minute mid is, one of his best trades because he has so much data on it. He knows it works. He can take it and, add extra layers of confluence to size into that trade. But most of the time, he can take it without thinking about it because it works consistently over a period of time.
They're not in there, but
Doesn't mind losing money on it, right?
to this and deep appreciation for the German culture. I
You
think
have
one
to
of the
be able
craziest
to
things
lose
is
money.
you have this whole thing online where people like laud the Nazis.
Yeah.
Just have to
Like,
be,
I spend a lot of time
in
talking to
order to have
Nazis,
winning
like
trades,
real
you have
Nazis,
to
and
have-
like
go and
understanding
have
what
trades
made them
that
tick and what
Exactly.
made them.
Nick, how are you?
Part of the crazy
Hey,
thing about
Nick.
people who laud the Nazis nowadays
boys?
is there's not a
Long
single
time no see. I
Nazi
heard
that would
yesterday
ever have
you were
included
taking
them in their
family
movement and
pictures.
would have shipped them off to
Oh,
the
God,
camps.
yeah, that was
quicker maybe than they shipped
That
me
was
off to the
amazing,
camps.
Nick. That was amazing. That's
But,
what it was. It was amazing. Right?
And it's
Yeah, if anyone has ever
but
had
to
a,
this and deep
a 1-year-old
appreciation for the
trying to
German
get
culture.
them
I
to
think one of the
cooperate in that
craziest things is
situation, it's,
you have this whole thing
it's
online
an
where
event.
people like laud
Who
the
was the event
Nazis.
for, your wife or you?
Definitely not for me, but happy that she's happy with a few of the shots. So
Okay, so it was worth it.
yeah, we don't have any family pictures of the three of us, so it was time.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Giving it a year.
What's this move in gold? This is insane.
Done watching it.
Yeah, that's all we've been doing on it, Nick.
Yeah.
And the chat have reminded us every few minutes
Yeah.
that
It's gold. It's gold. It's mooning.
gold's going higher again. So yeah, we've missed that. Did you trade this morning?
Yeah, I took a couple paper cuts. I have not traded well this week. It's been a weird tape.
Happens. I
But,
definitely didn't expect however many points sell off in NQ so far.
Yeah, this is where it mentally frustrates me because you have the gap up over the weekend. You have basically the move from Friday to leading up into I guess the open today. And then we sell off a little bit. It's just makes me scratch my head a little bit.
Yeah.
And now if we can't go fill the gap, go tag the week open. But I don't know.
Luckily, we'll find out.
Yeah, how'd you guys trade this morning?
Like shit.
Yeah, I feel you.
I took one trade. That was it. I just took one short, and that literally was it. And I probably would be in this NQ long if I wasn't going away on Monday. But yeah, I'm trying to curve down my trading. So that's it. Kind of lucky in that regard. But yeah, missed the gold long. Took a gold long overnight. Closed way early. Thought, oh my god, it's running without me. Came all the way back to my entry. Opening range opened right at it, and then it just fucking never looked back.
Yeah, it
And-
really did bounce off
Weekly VWAP.
the RTH or the 24-hour VWAP and then was off to the races.
Oh yeah, and it was also the weekly VWAP and the open. There were just tons of reasons to get long on it. I just missed it. Wasn't even looking.
Man.
So yeah.
Now
that
I should short it, right?
I think you have a decent bottom here to trade off, Nick.
Yeah, it might be.
I don't know.
This is about the area I got steamrolled on Monday on the second attempt of a reoffer. Never forget.
Time to get steamrolled again on the long side now.
Apparently.
It's
Yeah,
just
because
fuck with you
historically,
that
I'm
way.
I look at this and I probably should not try to fade this downside. But if I try to long it, I'm sure it's going to waterfall another 100 points.
Mm.
That was kind of I jumped on yesterday. There's this LVN at 400 that's just massive, and we just can't get into that other side of. There's double D on the week, in the 4-week profile, and it's just we can't get into the other side of it.
Yeah.
So I took that short yesterday, and it went 100 points, but then it stopped right at the edge of that the edge of that volume cluster.
Yeah, we just had to endure this bottoming right now. It's either gonna flush or bounce. But doing nothing right now.
Well, Nick, don't let us steal the show from you. We left you with at least 500 likes to get before the end of the stream.
Whoa, he has 578. We need to at least see 700, right, Nick?
Yeah.
Let's.
Nick can get us to 700. He's the real streamer boy.
I mean, I've learned from the two masters on stream currently. So
You and Leo? Nice. You learn from yourself. Interesting.
yeah, Leo, you're not trading the close today, are you?
No.
Yeah. I think it's me. I just don't know. I don't know who. We'll figure that one out.
Good
If
luck.
I need to, just tell me.
I have no idea. I'm sure they found somebody if they didn't ask you. Are we going to break this low?
Ooh. Are we going to break the low?
Right, boys, I need to bounce. Don't know about you
Yep,
boys, but
same. We'll see you, Nick. Have a good
All right.
stream.
see you
Later,
very soon.
gents.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
See you guys later. Oh, thank you, admins in the back. I guess Joey and I are going to be trading the close again today. So if you didn't get to see Joey trade with me, God, what was that Was that Monday? Yes, it was Monday. He will be back to trade this afternoon with me. Yeah, YM made a new all-time high today, didn't it? Yes, it did. Oh, hard to make too much of this today. Sorry, guys, getting my lay of the land here. How are y'all doing? How'd y'all trade this morning? And since I've taken my licks this morning with a never-ending short
Come with
bias
me
that
to
seems
find
to
a
just plague my trading at times, I did not catch this short. In fact, I tried to long it and got stopped out a few times. So that's been my day. Definitely a red week for me so far. Yeah, this has been it's been a sloppy, messy week. I don't have my long time frame chart loaded, but you guys can all see it. It's kind of just been whipsawing. We're still below that like 880 spot on NQ that I was able to get short with last week. We haven't been able to kind of recapture. I would say that upper distribution up towards the all-time highs, kind of above the 25,900s into the all-time high from there. So cautiously still feeling like we may go fill the gap at some point, but I don't know. I've just not read this price action well this week. It's been sloppy. I mean, it seems like Monday and Tuesday, there's been plenty of opportunities to sell this, but then you have moments like as soon as our lovely friends across the pond decide to leave the building, it's just the market goes just bid program and we never look back. Gold and 60 years still running. Yeah, gold that caught me off guard because I was looking to potentially get kind of a peak above the overnight high, that like 4150s type area, and then kind of fall back into this distribution. And not only did we just clear out, I guess, the other volume post all-time high kind of in the middle of October, but now we're just kind of pushing all the way through it. And it makes sense. I guess if you were to leave that area from middle of October, end of October, that kind of the up to the 4160s, if we got above that with some force, I mean, it's gone and it's probably heading back to a new all-time high. So shocker. But I didn't see anything really driving this move. It just seems like it just kind of was that next leg of like leaving that little 2-day balance that we were kind of sitting in since Sunday. But just a bit of chaos there. Yes, this is the same Nick. So, yeah. I don't want to long this down here, but we could actually be putting in a decent little bottom. I don't know. There's been opportunities to get long on some of these like intraday lows around this time of the day, the last 2 days, and I missed them. I didn't really trade yesterday. I was away from the desk majority of the day, kind of just figuring out a few things, taking care of a few things in the personal life, and we have I got family coming in this weekend. We got the 1-year-old's birthday party, so I was trying to get some things organized for that, and then we had family pictures. So I did not trade yesterday outside of just a quick scalp off the open that turned into a red trade. So decided that's enough. At this point, I'd love to see us take out this low at the very least. Previous day low sitting a touch lower here down towards 480s. So let's see if we can go make a run at that. If we were to establish kind of back above that, I may take a long. Mike, that's awesome. Yeah, I could see it us potentially taking that out. It might take a little bit of effort from sellers to push us down, at least on NQ, like another 200 plus points. But we'll see. ES could probably get there. If you're talking about ES, yes, that makes perfect sense. NQ's got 200 points to go. So we'll see here. Of course, my other chart is not loading. Wonderful. So chat, while I'm not trading here, we're kind of watching this. If there's any questions you guys have for me, you guys feel free to throw them into the chat because I'm not quite ready to take a trade here just yet as we are waterfalling to the downside. Today looks a lot worse on ES. It really was a pretty clean opening range kind of breakdown. We couldn't get above the opening range high in ES. That is the 5-minute opening range is basically the high of the session. And then we just kind of waterfalled from there. So there actually were some decent shorts. Maybe I should have stopped looking at gold and actually tried to short equities today. One of those days. I think I'm starting to hit my my end of the year wall, to be honest, with trading. I think I am due for a lovely holiday type break with Thanksgiving here in the coming weeks. I have no intention of trading that week. Yeah, NQ's previous day low is at 480s, so we very much could go tag that. And I don't really want to long until we do. But it looks like buyers are trying to step up. Someone just lifted down there at 55s on ES. No, I may need to long this. We'll take a stab. I'm basing this on the large buyer that just came in on ES down there at the 55. So I'm kind of leaning into him. We'll see. This may not work. Ideally, we get a rotation back up here towards this little consolidation that we were sitting in. See if sellers are still trying to take us lower. ES back to kind of 62 and change. It's kind of where I'd be watching to find some sellers returning. Gene, not taking out ES just because I don't have a second ES chart book ready to go on the stream right now. I didn't have one. Otherwise, I probably would have taken it on ES. We'll see here. Maybe it's just another paper cut for me today. And that's the way it'll shake out. And there it is. So I would love for this to not reverse. For my own sanity, let's not reverse off my stop out. It might do it. If this bounces off that stop out, guys, I'm going to be very upset. because that 55 guy is still holding there in ES. Yep. Yep. They're going to go. Well, there you go, guys. The meme is real. The meme is alive and well. Yeah, your entry should be my stop placement. It continues to be true on the show. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, I don't know if it's one trader. I am purely, you can't see it in ES. If you have a delta by price profile on your charts, there was a large player, about 900 lots kind of absorbing down here at 55 and a quarter, 55.50. So was kind of leaning with then. Yeah, that's unfortunate, guys. Went right back to that consolidation here at the 550s, 540s. So it is what it is. I really wish this meme was not a thing, to be honest, guys. Especially after this kind of week. Well, at least the read was good. Hopefully somebody may have taken that little scalp. But this is a spot, like I said, if we came back up towards that 540s, I was looking to see our sellers still sitting there at 62s and ES as well. It's that was really it. That was kind of the read. You're also kind of sitting at another, I mean, just to utilize teachings that I'm still kind of working into my trading from like PAX on the 30-second opening range. That was another rung down there at 57s as well for a 15 handle rotation. So if we were to kind of hold that 55s, 57 spot, reasonable to think we may get a rotation back up as well. So but all I was seeing was just absorption on that low from buyers, someone big kind of stepping in to continue to absorb that 55 level. So not much out of that outside of a pure order flow, read, and scalp back up to the upside. But it'd be a cautious, like I would have taken some off. I mean, I was in a single in NQ, but you would take some off right here. At least pay yourself for this, and then kind of watch, engage for continuation, or if this seller that's been sitting here or that pushed us down to this new low in ES, if they are still present. I did get the mouse out and got long on your stop out. Well, you're welcome. I charge 50 cents on the dollar of your points for providing basically what is the equivalent of level 4 data. So hope everybody made money on that. So at this point, since I got stopped out, I really hope sellers make a new low. Yes, and if you did in fact make money on said stop out and long, please do me the favor of hitting thumbs up in the chat. Make sure I can hit my my 200 quota that apparently Kane has given me for the rest of today's morning session. Start a paid Discord with your stops. I mean, I think that is, I don't think there's a price I could put on that. It would be so high ticket and so exclusive that, you know, I can't even articulate what the price would be. Yeah, tape does still feel a little heavy. And at the end of the day, I think you're still fading momentum here to the downside. Like it would make a lot of sense for us to go take out the previous day low on potentially both. If we were to get some momentum to downside, sellers continuing to kind of, you know, walk us down. And we've seen days like this, these very slow, slow death mark. I mean, we see them to the upside more, but sometimes we get these slow reoffer, orderly type selling trend days to the downside that eventually get run over because we never seem to actually close on the lows anymore. But we'll see. I would love to see us at least take out previous day low. Just kind of grinding lower. Skill trade. I mean, I could have. I was just doing a quick scalp of calling that being the low of that spot. So I didn't want it to go much lower because I felt if I got stopped out there, in theory, we probably are going to go take out the previous day low. But would I have managed that? We say this randomly on the stream. Would I have managed that a little differently in my cash account, not on stream? Maybe. I might have actually built into a position there. Maybe not, because I mean, the previous day low is so close. I might have just let it take me out. If I got stopped out there, I got stopped out, and then, just kind of waiting for that move back down to previous day low. I don't know if I would have handled that much differently, because that was like a 12-point stop. I didn't love where I got in, because ideally I would have loved to kind of get in when ES was trading down to 55. Like I said, I wish I took that trade in ES. I think that's the easy way to think about this. And I've said that a few times this week. If I had just taken some of these trades in ES, then I might have had a much better week. Just got whipped out of a few trades here and there in NQ, and I questioned my sanity a little bit for why I trade this. But then I have, I catch a 100-point trade last week in NQ, and it keeps me coming back. So it is what it is. You guys saw it. I was holding a runner of that trade, I think last Tuesday or Wednesday. It was the 880 short. I do not trade DJ futures. Any ideas why it's been ripping all week? I don't even know what the DJ symbol is, if I'm being honest. Should probably know what that one is, but I have no idea what that is. NQ will make anybody cry at their desk. In fact, I felt pretty close at crying at my desk on Monday. We all have those days. Oh, YM. No, I don't. Clearly, I mean, with the weakness we're seeing in tech, and I know the Dow is made up of a lot of the larger tech names these days anyway, but clearly some rotation probably out of, high beta and high tech into probably more defensive names that are sitting in the Dow. Could be as simple as that, but I don't know. Yeah, very much could just be a rotational type day. Looks like the banks are bid. Yeah, Caterpillar, like some of those names are well bid today. So that could be what we're seeing. Yeah, all the banks are bid. Goldman, JP Morgan. So yeah, that could be kind of why we're seeing that. You're crying at your desk right now? Well, hopefully it's not because you're in a bad trade. Pack said he would not trade the YM with his excess money. That's funny. You know what's funny is I kind of was watching it. I was waiting for it to make a new all-time high, and I was debating on, with equities being a little weak out of the gate and Dow was just so bid, I was kind of waiting for, okay, when we get once we stop making a new all-time high, I maybe would look to try to short it. But this clearly looks like it was a more defensive type rotation. Because the Rusty was bid too, wasn't it? No, Rusty, well, it was out of the open, and then it just did what the Rusty's supposed to do, which is slowly sell to eventually zero. But yeah, kind of a weird mixed bag between the four indices. Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, so that seems to be the truth. So clearly, yeah, there's some sort of rotational trade kind of going on right now out of tech and into Financials, healthcare, and industrials would be the top three green sectors, according to Tracy. So that's probably why the Dow is as big as it was. Oh boy. Your first futures trade was a YM short in 2013. Yeah, that might have been, I mean, that was pretty impossible to short back then, post like 2012 for a long time. I don't know. I'm beginning to just, maybe this will be the top. I'm beginning to just not want to try to short ES and NQ anymore. Has been getting, I mean, even after days like, I mean, I had good days Tuesday through Friday last week. Like I had a good week. And then it's just that price action goes to die and we get back on the slow death march probably to what is going to be an eventual new all-time high. It just seems like we get like two to three like fun, volatile trading days with range expansion, and then you're not forcing trades, but you try to make things happen when things are much slower. And I don't know. I got out of what I usually have been doing lately, which is, hey, if I hit a good trade out of the gate, I'm done. Shut it down. Go outside. And I feel like the last month or so, I've just been pressing for absolutely no reason because I don't have a reason to. And it has definitely made trading more taxing, I would say, on my mental capital than anything else, which is why I'm looking forward to kind of taking a break Thanksgiving week. Do we have this live every day? Just saw this channel. Yes, there is a big group of different traders and individuals hanging out here on stream, and we have basically two segments. You'll have the main crew kind of hanging out in the morning, giving you guys pre-market prep, doing interviews with a lot of people that are more relevant in the space than I am, I would say, and helping you get kind of prepped for the upcoming session. And then once the New York Open kicks in, you'll usually have two traders kind of hang out and be trading indices, gold, whatever. But two well-known traders usually in the space, hanging out, putting real money at risk, trading live for you guys. And then we have another segment in the afternoon where we trade the close with a couple of us too. So if you have not tuned in, if you haven't subscribed, if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, all the above, I highly recommend. But yeah, after I'm off here in about 30 minutes, we will be back at 2:30 Eastern time to trade the close. So come hang out then too. That was probably the low of the day, wasn't it, chat? I'm just going to say it. If that's the low of the day, when I come back here at 2 p.m., we're gonna riot. We will riot. I will riot. I will throw a chair. Something about that. Nick, are you in Florida? No, I am in the great state of Texas. Been here for the better part of a decade, apparently now. Crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb, guys, and say that that might have been the low of the day. It looks like a pretty decent low on both, if I'm just being honest. Mike, yeah, a little bit. I think it doing anything in the public eye, I would say it does add another level of pressure. But I also think I've been trying to scale myself in a way I have not done. Partially because I'm not trading props right now. So I've been trying to continue to scale up my cash account while still trying to also pay myself because this is how I do have to live. And I think I've just been pressing. Like when you're trying to grow an account and then you pay yourself 10 grand at the end of the week or whatever it may be. If you had a strong week, maybe you pull out half your gains. And I'm trying to also pay myself while also continuing to kind of scale, grow the account, size up when it makes sense. And then it's just been a different, I would say, mental game for me to kind of navigate how to do it. Because historically, I have relied on a lot of my, I would say, cash flow from like payouts from props. Like that was what it was for a long time. And I've moved away from that to focus on my trading profits kind of paying my bills and also allowing me to scale in this business, also reinvesting said winnings into long-term holdings and things. So I have not done a good job of kind of navigating it as well recently. And I think it's causing me to press a little bit. So yeah, I think it's a dichotomy of doing this publicly and also just changing what I had to do, changing what got me here, because part of, I guess, my struggle was I felt like I was not scaling trading, like truly scaling as a trader, like getting better, improving, being able to continue to grow my accounts by just trading props. I felt like you're paying yourself, you're profitable, you're making money, what you spend is significantly less than what you're pulling out of said markets. But I never felt like I was scaling myself as a trader. It was very much the same cycle over and over again. So I've been trying to take that next level in this journey as a professional trader by doing those things. So, and it's been a different, it's been hard to navigate, to be honest. So figuring that out. We are coming back up here towards the IB low, as well as the week view up in NQ. So we'll see. Oh, sorry, guys. You had a bunch of questions. Nick is the most genuine trader streaming. Nothing but good things to say about Nick. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I had to give myself a rule, not think of it as scaling, but kind of like a 40-30 thing, 40 to keep, rest for taxes and scaling up. Yeah, it's a weird equation that you have to continue to develop because I'm doing this on one income and this is the only income and your income comes from trading. So it's a weird thing to like, okay, what do I need to actually live, but also live in a lifestyle that I'm comfortable with, and also a new life stage that is very expensive, like raising a kid. So it's been a tough year to like continually navigate. So yeah. Which props were you mainly using? I mean, I had used most of them throughout there in the space at one point or another. I really wasn't somebody that was like trading several at the same time. I think everyone knows where I spent majority of my time trading props with, and kind of making a name for myself. I think you guys know which one that is. So outside of that, I mean, like I said, I've used a lot of them. I think there's a couple good ones in the space. I'm a big fan of what AJ's building with Lucid, but there's a lot of good actors in this space. And, I would say there's a handful, probably 5 that I would actively recommend people use. Outside of those 5, it's not worth your money, to spend the time doing it, investing in, even the educational side of trying to get better in this game, while also still being able to potentially pull out money without putting a ton of your capital at risk. Nick, do you have any background in sports that you think helps your trading? I mean, my background in sports is a slightly above average, high school athlete, and then me being at certain times or another, a very disciplined endurance athlete. Like if you guys didn't know, I've done triathlons, Ironmans in my past, and I think there are aspects of that level of discipline and mental fortitude that is important to potentially have as a trader, just because you need routine, you need repetition. It's not something you don't go from the couch to biking 100 miles, swimming 2.5 miles in a single day. Just like you're never going to, I would say, go from not understanding how to trade to becoming a professional or profitable trader overnight. Like it's a lot of time, it's screen time, it's repetition, it's pattern recognition. Like there's times with order flow things, since that's how I trade, where I see areas that I could potentially, that I'm looking for to like gauge a reaction as we approach a certain level. And I think, or I may have a slight bias for what I think may happen, and that is based on pattern recognition. Like if we get on this level, I'm interested to see, like, are buyers going to potentially absorb the selling down there? So as you kind of see and you watch price structure or how things react on long-term, volume structure, like you start to identify and recognize these things. So, and that comes from nothing but education and screen time. So I think that's where, the being an athlete, whether it's endurance or you played sports or whatever, like that discipline and that, structure that you can potentially put in your day is also needed to be successful in this game. But it comes with time. My first couple years were very rough, and even now, guys, like I still have ebbs and flows in this game. Like that's why I was saying, like, I'm still trying to navigate this. I'm not somebody that's trading a 7-figure like trading account. Like that's not me. That's never been me. Mine's been a small cash account that I have to pay myself from. So it doesn't scale. It doesn't grow. I've also had trouble with sizing up, just mentally, just the thought of, the risk of some of that. Like if I take drawdown with a 10 lot on NQ versus me doing a 3 to 5 lot, like that's insane. When I think about what a 15 points away can really do, or how much that actually is. Like it's just I don't know. My mindset just I guess it just continues to evolve in this game, and I'm still figuring things out. So I'm trying to make it here to the long haul, or through the long haul, but part of that comes from having to constantly adapt to. My standard size ES is usually a 3 to 5 lot, sometimes 6. NQ 3, 5 at the absolute max. I tend to, if I'm any more than that, it tends to be me trying to salvage a bad trade, and I need to hit flatten instead of continuing to scale. But when I go 5, let's say an NQ, it's usually me scaling and then having some level of conviction, and probably running a tight stop as soon as I've put that level of size on. Like if we get over X, like I'm out. Like for sure. And I miss trades doing that, but I've just never had a lot of success trading size. And part of that is just the way my style was coming up in this game came down to, like, when I originally started trading futures, I was working a real job. I was working a real job. So for me, capturing $1,000, $1,200, let's say, with a 3 lot on NQ for 20 points, like that's a great day. And I could do that in one trade. I could do that in 5 minutes. And when you're working a real job, me taking that trade, hitting that winner and shutting it down for the day and going back to do my job was a great way to build passive income. Having the regular income go away and having to generate my passive income to be my full-time income was a long process of getting comfortable doing it. And that's why props added additional leverage for me to not feel like I needed to size up, because I could build several accounts, or I could trade different accounts different times of the day. I could take, I would say, more risk in those other accounts because my cost of entry was low and I've already paid myself from it. So in theory, my cost was I'm well in the green to take a little wider risk, use a wider stop, size up a little bit with props, which is how I was able to build large balances and then eventually transition that to live accounts that I was trading with certain firms for well over a year publicly on YouTube. So that's kind of what the longevity was. A lot of the time I would be scalpy and trying to capture points quickly in my cash account, and then I would try to swing a little bit bigger with prop accounts. That was always how I utilized the leverage. Have you thought about a prop like Apteros or Rain to scale up? No, never really appealed to me. I think that the barrier to entry on a lot of the props out there, like, it doesn't take a lot of effort. I can pass them in a day, 2 days, 5 days, whatever it may be, and be able to be on my way to a payout. Like, that's how I have to think of it. If I'm using it as a different leverage, and for me, the access to that is a low cost of entry, and it's time too, because I don't want to sit here all day and scale up. Like, if I'm going to have to really build an account to, in theory, pass an evaluation, I would rather just do that in my cash account. Like, it makes no sense for me for long evaluation periods to invest a lot of time, to be honest, unless someone's going to give me millions of dollars in leverage and let me kind of just work and let me take a big piece of the pie, which nobody's going to do. Let's be serious. Maybe real desks do that, but no one in the kind of sim funding space is doing that. You got to work for it. And at that point, I'd rather just do it in a way where I can actually take payouts as I want to. And that's what I've always done too. A lot of the time my payouts came to kind of fund my life and eventually refund my savings and things, as I was eating into my savings during the educational period that was my learning how to trade full time while looking for a job that never came. How long did it take you to be profitable? I started like actually trading futures in 2022. I kind of knew what I was doing by the end of the year, but it was still ebbs and flows. Like, I was well past, like, hey, I put 15 grand in an account, I doubled it in 2 days, and then I lost it 5 days after that. Like, I was past that boom and bust cycle that I think a lot of people go through when they first start trading. And was kind of into, okay, I was paying myself out of my account, but I was still having months where I had a bad month and I had to, wire in 10 grand again because I had depleted it with a couple DLLs in a row. And that was because I was trading a small account, and, like I said, I was not able to scale at that point. Fast forward 2023, I get laid off. And around that time is when, I started discovering props, really using props, and I started taking payouts with probably a good frequency that it made me feel very comfortable that this could potentially not replace, but supplement me having to not live off my severance and eventually what was my savings, to keep the lights on while I was still looking for another job. And then there was a situation, like, I was still kind of being profitable with props. I wasn't really trading my own money at that time because I just was too afraid to lose, like, have a tilt day that I lose 10, 12 grand in a single session and then have to explain to my wife that, hey, I know there's no income coming in, but I don't have a job yet, but I also just lost 10 grand. Like, I just wasn't mentally in a place to do that, but I could build prop accounts and try to continue to get better in the space. Still, like, have a seat at the table without having to put a ton of my personal capital at risk. And then I ended up basically I had an offer from a large consulting firm in the Big Four that was rescinded because they did layoffs and then a hiring freeze. And so that job went away. I was planning on starting. Honestly, I'm not kidding. It was the Friday before my start date, and I never got an onboarding email, no information about my start. It was really weird. And then Monday morning, I got the email that they were rescinding my offer because they were on a freeze. And that kind of like lit a fire, if I make any sense, where I basically just I made the decision that trading has to work. Like, I have no other option here because I've just mentally invested like 2 months of mental capital on this opportunity, taking this job that this layoff cycle was over. And
I basically had to then double down. And that was at the same time, like I started streaming, I started having a public presence with this. I was trading a large live account with a prop in the space and was having a lot of success. And that is about the time I really kind of started being profitable in a way where this wasn't just like supplementing keeping the lights on. Like I was actually replenishing my savings. I was actually able to reallocate funds to a personal account. I was able to do small things around the house that I had been putting off project wise, like fix a leak in a roof, like these stupid things that cost 5-10 grand that you're just putting off until you have a real job. That is kind of where it was. So 2023 was a weird year. Towards the end of that, I would say I was profitable. So almost a 2-year journey for me. But keep in mind that 2-year journey was me trading like nonstop, constantly educating, meeting people like Leo. That really helped kind of accelerate my journey, getting exposed to order flow labs and the teachings that some of these order flow tools can really accelerate your education, understanding what's happening kind of under the hood with the auction. So it's things like that that really allowed me to probably accelerate some of that journey. But part of it was I had found some good people around me and good mentors, and fortunately kind of took to this very well, had a good bit of learning that actually sunk in. And there's a little bit of luck in there. There's no question. Also a little bit of spite, I think can really ignite a fire. Not spite of like, oh, I have to make money, otherwise I'm going to be homeless, but spite of like, I'm going to put all of the effort that I was putting into finding another job into continuing to master this craft. And I have a very addictive personality as it is. So for me, that was easy to kind of just pour myself into the next thing. So and that's my very long-winded story. If you've never heard it, I apologize. If you have, you heard it again. Congratulations. And here we are, trading on NT Live with all you folks. Hopefully forever. I really don't want to go back to work, guys. Let's hope that day doesn't come. We are getting a little bit of weakness here. We did reject, I was talking about this, that IB low on ES was sitting there on 68.71s. And I know I was not articulating price action to you as we were talking about my journey a little bit, but we did come back to the IB low and reoffer there on ES, as well as this weak VWAP, which we were kind of talking about coming up. Next, go give it to you. Wait for you to get. Put up or shut it time for buyers here at these 540s.
What's the most expensive?
Sorry, guys, catching up on the chat. Nick, do you read the DOM? Yes, nowhere near the level that XY does. I like to think I know what I'm seeing. And if you've ever seen a stream together, sometimes he's describing something and I'm like, okay, yeah, I think I kind of saw that. But no, my DOM is a more simplistic version of the pulling and stacking that you would see with like XYs. You can see a version of my DOM on paintingthetape.net. My playbook and XY's playbook are now live, or at least the chapter 1 of my playbook is live. But the one thing about the four of us is you have, 4 ways of articulating the data, probably not data, 4 ways of articulating very similar trading styles in different ways. So they may resonate to you better with one of us talking about it than the other, but we all use the same stuff with a slightly different spin. So that might resonate. But yeah, chapter 1 is of mine is on there, but you will see a snapshot of the DOM that I use that hopefully in the near future will be coming to NinjaTrader. We are working on it. I know for a fact. I have seen rough previews of it, but it's coming. We're going to do it. It will eventually be available. So new lows there on ES and NQ. God, I guess that was a very easy reoffer as I was just in a forever rambling about my life. That probably might have been the easiest, the easy trade of the day. Would have been okay, we saw the delta flip there. We came up, kind of reoffer or kind of retested it, failed, and there's your sell.
Positive, negative indicator.
That's a bummer. Missed that one. Is Ninja working on a desktop for Mac? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. I know you can run it with with parallels and things if you really wanted to use Ninja on a Mac. But I mean, you do have the web-based platforms too, so you can use Ninja Web or Tradeovate as well if you really want to um, use it on a Mac. I mean, that's what I do when I use my Mac. I will throw on the web app or Tradeovate. Same thing on my phone. Like I'll use the Ninja Trader mobile app, which is actually pretty great to manage trades as I'm doing other things once my stops are in. So I've been actually utilizing it a lot more. Fiber optic, you got the reoffer? Scared of the position at 560? I mean, that's a decent trade. You probably captured 30, 40 points. It's not bad. Yes, Neo, why are you yelling? But no, as far as I know, and I'm not a true Ninja Trader employee here, so I don't know what they're working on behind the scenes as far as product, but I have not heard anything about a desktop app for Mac. But maybe someday. But like I said, you can run it on Parallels, and if you are a heavy Mac user, like you can run Windows on it. I had done that in the past. Yeah. Thank you, NDX. I have both. All my charting, my Ninja Trader that you're seeing is on my PC, obviously. But I've always done my charting software, my trading software on my PC, and then a lot of my like when I use like TradingView and some other things, and even when I'm traveling and stuff, like I said, I'll throw my Ninja Trader brokerage account on Tradeovate or the web app and just kind of run it on my Mac because obviously I can't bring my desktop. Florida man, that is true, and as someone that uses both, I know that feeling on both sides. Because the PC people are very stuck in their ways as well. But I don't mind using a two computer setup with completely different operating systems because the chat is sitting right here to my left on my MacBook. And everything else is on my right. So makes my life easy. I can't believe like this. I wanted to potentially long this, but I could not believe that we were going to potentially reverse all the way back up to 540 without taking out the previous day low. That's going to drive me nuts. Thanks, Muckins. Really, really appreciate the kind words. Someone just asked me a question that I wanted to answer. Oh God, I lost it. I'm sorry if I can't find it. I lost it. It went somewhere. I was reading back into the chat and I saw somebody as I wanted to answer, but now I can't find it. Hey, Jim.
Nick, how are you?
I'm good, Jim. How are you doing?
You know, you said something factually incorrect this
Did
morning that I
I?
have to correct.
Okay, what is it?
You said we have a lot of morning guests who are more relevant than you in this space, and that is incorrect, my friend. You are irrelevant.
I mean, relevant is that's yes, that's a loose word that I'm using, but there are a lot of smart people that know very much more about economics and trading and these markets than I do. Because at the end of the day, sometimes I feel like I'm just a guy who presses buttons, sometimes successfully. But I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, no, you're listening to a guy who's close to 100 years old, and I've seen a lot of folks stream and trade, and you're the real deal, man. That's why we have you on here.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
One thing we should do though, not now, we don't have time, but you're coming back with Joey this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nick and Joey are coming back this afternoon, and maybe not even during that session, but Remind there's a lot of new people that watch the show and that are following us. Remind folks what your setup is like, right? You've got 3 sets of histogram bars up on the right-hand side of your screen. And when you get a chance, just in a dead time, there's no trade action going on, just kind of explain that.
Yeah, we can do that. Maybe we'll see what this afternoon brings. If maybe it'll be a good time for some of our new viewers. But yeah, we can talk through. I set up a little bit my volume candles, why they are repainted at certain colors. So we can talk about all that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Appreciate that as well. Well, we have some movement today. We have some stuff going on today in a lot of these markets, and so I'm going to get right into an edge report. But before I go, folks, let's give Nick thumbs up for him being here with us this morning. Nick, we appreciate you. Let's hit that subscription button. Appreciate subscriptions. They're free. They don't cost any money. You hit the sub button, and you are my BFF for life. I have 156,000 BFFs, but you could add to that list as well. So thank you for doing that, chat. All right, Nick, man, I'm gonna do an edge report. I will get some rest. I'll see you this afternoon.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thanks, chat. Have a good day.
All right, I should probably share my screen here to make it a little easier to do. All right, I just want to cover really 2 markets. It looks like we got an old screen shot up there right now. Let's see if I can get the screen share going. There we go. Real quickly, gold. I mean, gold is a huge story today. We're up over 2%. The micros have 426,000 contracts traded. This is a liquid market. Just to put this in perspective, the E-mini S&P micros only have 639,000, so not too far behind. This market's got liquidity, which typically means tight bid-ask spreads, which typically makes for good trading. So we have a huge breakout here starting. I got a 10-minute chart, folks. I switched to a 10-minute chart. Boom, the bell rang and we caught this big whistle here. We went through that 0 DTE call resistance level. That's a pretty important level. And then a whole bunch of other levels, including Menthor Q's 1-day max, which means this market has expanded beyond what was expected based on recent statistics. And we hit that call resistance level at 4,000 and 4,200, and we didn't stop. We're still going. This is super strong. Keep an eye on these bands. We have a VWAP that's arcing up, but the first and second upper standard deviation bands are really moving. And until they're not sloping up so much, this is a pretty strong bull market looking for places to buy. And by the way, I did add, in addition to my CCI at the bottom, I also added RSI. So I'm going to keep track of RSI on my 10-minute chart. Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds. We talked about this morning, and Uncle Pax got into it this morning as well, and he was on the right side of history here for sure this morning. 30-year Treasury bonds, again, caught a bid today. A little bit unexpected. Let's just go back to that chart that I showed earlier this morning. This channel here, this area of resistance is 117, 15, 16, 17 level, starting to become in the rearview mirror. The moving averages are all kind of converging and starting to slope up as well. We're out of the downward channel right now. 30-year bonds, I don't know, maybe it's just today, but I'm going to keep my eye on the upside here. Intraday, pretty much we hit our R1 and that was it, right? We didn't hit that call resistance level. That would be big if we got 118 handle today. I don't think we're going to get there, but I am looking for some kind of retracements back down, and that would be maybe, in my humble opinion, a possible good long trade if we can get that. We have that JAX1 here right in the middle. I have that yellow-orange line there. That's the middle of the initial balance. I have it right there by JAX1 as well at 117.16, and VWAP is arcing up. Again, VWAP bands, keep an eye on those VWAP bands. Point of control is right at 117 and 15/30 seconds. So real nice volume profile today in the 30-year Treasury bonds. That, well, let's see. I think we've got time for one more. Let's do it. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. Bitcoin, well, I had high hopes for the Bitcoin today, to be honest with you. Let's get it going. And it kind of let me down, a little bit. Let's see what's happening here. Wow. Boy, the bell rang and sellers got busy with the micro Bitcoin. There's white lines there, that initial balance. We just got, there's still sellers involved here. There is no buyers involved right now in the micro Bitcoin. So let's see if we can get to that call resistance level at 101,000. That's a nice even level, but it's also an important level. These call resistance, not the 0 DTEs, but the call resistance levels and the put levels, are pretty important. They're major milestones, even though they're even numbers. And we got S1 right there too. And then we have JAX1 right below it. So there's 3 areas of interest. These are really good targets on the downside, folks. If you're short, if you're thinking about getting short as well. And don't ever look at a chart like this and say it can't go any lower. It could go lower. And that's kind of what I expect with the Bitcoin. My CCI is starting to arc up though, right? We have convergence here, divergence here. Let me just talk about that really quickly here. My commodity, is this my commodity channel index? Let me double check. Yeah. So hang on, I got to double check that. Hang on, right click. Let's go to the indicator section here just to double check.
¿Qué tal, amigos de Vía
CCI,
Emprendedora
here
de
it is.
América
All right,
Latina?
I am correct. So when you have this kind of divergence, it's called, right? So it's getting less negative. It's sloping up. Market's sloping down. A lot of times, folks would say go in the direction of the oscillator. RSI though, sloping straight down, no divergence there. So right now I'm just going to sit tight and hold. But again, this is looking pretty negative from a candle point of view. Every single candle is red. We're going to, I don't know, maybe hit that call resistance. So that is this morning's edge report. At the top of your screen, don't forget, you see that edge flow bias statistic right there based on the S&P and the NASDAQ. And it gives you an overall market sentiment as well. So always keep your eye on that upper bar right there. And it's pretty red, a little bit of green, but pretty red. So great morning today. Thank you everybody who participated. Chat, you are the best. Everybody who's watching us, even if you're not in the chat, you're the best as well. Thank you for being part of Ninja Trader Live. We will be back this afternoon. Me, Shai, and then main event. We're going to have Joey and Nick for a tick back trading the close. Get a good relaxing lunch in and lunchtime break, and we will see you this afternoon. Thank you.
Hola, ¿quieres scalping gold?
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, senior economist, and here were the headlines while we were away. First, we had a 10-year auction, which I can best describe as meh. It underperformed expectations. Going into it, the market looked favorable because there were low yields with no pre-auction spikes, but demand from investors was weaker than hoped. As a result, the government had to accept a slightly higher yield to sell the bonds, and the bid to cover ratio hit a recent low. In bond terms, this could be a signal of caution, perhaps due to economic uncertainty, inflation concerns, competing investment options like corporate bonds, influx into the market, potentially putting pressure on longer-term interest rates. It's not a total disaster, but it's not a result that one would have hoped. Tomorrow we have a 20-year auction. We'll see how that goes. Duration has been a bit of a problem for the government, so we'll see how that goes tomorrow. Next, we have Bostic has decided to announce his retirement when his term concludes at the end of February. This opens up a new slot on the FOMC in Atlanta. So this will be very interesting because this is kind of another person the White House hopes to push somebody that would be more dovish, obviously, into that position. So we'll see how that happens. That said, the Atlanta Fed's president, even a new one, wouldn't vote until 2027. So in the near term, it wouldn't be that impactful, but over the longer term, it would be. And then we had Levitt gave a press conference and said October CPI and jobs data likely never to be released. Now, this is different than what we had expected. She said that the October jobs and CPI reports are unlikely to be released due to the government shutdown. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system with October CPI and jobs reports never being released, she told reporters. The BLS has not yet released an updated schedule, so there is some speculation. They may attempt to put October and November together, but we'll have to see. Again, they did not respond for comment when asked about this. Then, of course, we had Hassett said he would accept says he would accept the Fed chair job, and he wants lower rates. He said if he was nominated to replace Jerome Powell as Fed chair, he would take it, adding he would prefer a larger interest rate cut when policymakers meet in December. So Hassett still vying for that job. We did see oil tank today. This was on, I tried to put it in chat, but this was on the OPEC monthly report that came out. Now, how the media put it isn't exactly how OPEC put it, but of course, media being the media, put out the headline that OPEC flips third quarter oil market view to surplus on U.S. growth. OPEC has flipped estimates for global oil markets in the third quarter from a deficit to a surplus, with U.S. production exceeding expectations. This is not exactly what they said. They said that U.S. had exceeded expectations, but that didn't flip necessarily the whole market into a surplus, but that is why oil is continuing to tank today. And last but not least, some good news for you coffee drinkers. Coffee drops as Trump and Bessent signal possible tariff cuts. So Arabica coffee poised its biggest intraday drop in nearly 2 months. Trump was on the wires, or speaking to a press poll actually, saying we're going to lower some tariffs, and we're going to have, when asked about coffee prices, he said we're going to have some coffee come in. Bessent sort of reiterated this later in his comments, saying that there could be substantial announcements over the next couple of days on crops not grown in the U.S., including coffee. So we'll see, and that would be obviously from Brazil. And StoneX actually said the fundamental picture of coffee seems to be improving as well. And so that also helped put the kibosh on prices a little bit. So good news for coffee drinkers. We are seeing a little bit of relief. And with that, I will hand it to Jim for an Edge report.
Thank you, Shai. That's great news on the coffee. And I think we should start a petition. We could nominate Tracy for the FOMC position. I think that's a great idea. And she could cut her interest rate. So let's go for that, everybody. Thumbs up if you think that's a good idea. Also, rumor has it the U.S. Mint is going to end the penny. I don't have any confirmation on that, Kevin. As tragic as that is, it's a very strong possibility. Let's get into the charts. Let's start with gold right now. Here's a daily gold candle right now. I had this purple or plum colored area of resistance. It didn't last long. We kind of had a U-shaped recovery, man. We had a blast off today, and I just drew a fib line. I just measured the highs down to the lows. I just wanted to measure that move, and I threw the fib on, and that's all this is, a measurement. I want to see where we're at. We're right at that 61.8% retracement, and a lot of times when I use fibs, I like to think of that 61.8% level as an area where trend changes. So we'll see if we get a close above it and we get a confirmation candle tomorrow, but this is looking particularly strong on a daily chart. And look at the stochastics. Let me open this up for you. I mean, this just in a couple of days went from 20 to 80 just with a snap of the fingers. Let's go over to that intraday chart on gold as well. We have a pretty nice area of resistance, actually. At least, I don't know, an hour and a half's worth. It's approximately at 42.13 and a half to 14 area here. We had this little bit of a sell-off actually while we were talking with our live traders that are going to be up here in a second. And we just keep bouncing off of this 4,200 level. And you can see there's that big red line there, that call resistance line. This is kind of framing the last hour, 2 hours, 2.5 hours of support. So we're kind of between these two levels right now in gold. I'm not sure if we're going to get a breakout up or down before the day is over, but we do have some targets. I added a fib line again, just a regular measurement from where the trend started right here at the beginning of the initial balance, and kind of said, where are we at here? We're way above all of our retracement levels. We're even above the 23.6. So looking pretty strong for gold going into the rest of the day. Let's go over to Treasury bonds again. We talked about this morning a couple of different times, and let me get my daily tab up here. And I had a feeling this morning this was going to happen. We finally broke out of this, and not by a lot, but we broke out of this area of resistance that started at 117.17, and we have the body of the candle is above that level right now at 117.23. A close here, I'd like to see a confirmation candle within the next day or two to see if we could drive up to some and make some highs here, as Pax was predicting earlier today. But right now, moving averages are starting to converge, particularly the 8 and the 21. And let me just open this up so you can see it a little better. I'd love to see a crossover there as well. There's the 8, there's the 21. And way down here is support at 116.15 handle. Now, this is particularly sensitive to a lot of the nonsense that's going on in Capitol Hill and the FOMC and other places, but something to think about. Intraday, it's been a nice intraday. No crazy trends up, but we're, R1 stopped the rally. We've been trading above that session VWAP really ever since the bell rang, the RTH bell, that is, not the bond bell. But we've been trading above it right now. So probably this point of control is going to be price happiness for the end of the day. Let's shoot over to crude oil because that's really another great story for today. Let's, where are my energies at? CL is the ticker symbol. December contract still. We got a few days before we have to roll. We have 270,000 contracts traded already. Let's get that daily up here right now. Again, we had a really nice tight hamburger bun here. The top of the hamburger bun, 61.90, give or take, that's resistance. The bottom was approximately 59.39, and we finally, boom, broke out below it at today, as a matter of fact, on that outside fib 23.6 retracement. We do have buyers that come in that tend to come in down once you get into that 56 handle range, but that's a couple dollars away. We're not quite there yet, but this is a dominant benchmark candle. We're going to use that for measurements over the next couple of days. Intraday. Well, I mean, it looks ugly intraday, actually. There's been no buyers to be found. I mean, look at VWAP. VWAP is always above the price, always above the price. We got more and more and more and more separation. I apologize for all of these lines. I'll go ahead and clean it up for next time. But we really, even though we have a janky, I don't know if that's a word or not, volume profile, we do have a point of control here finally established at the bottom, like the last couple of hours at 58. We'll just round it up to 50. And that's where we're probably stuck there today. We're probably stuck at the bottom today. We probably won't get much more movement in the crude oil market. But that is this afternoon's Edge Report, and we are ready for our main event to trade the close with Nick for a tick, and Joey is back. Good to see you guys.
What up, Jim? How you doing, man?
We have Missouri and Texas represented today in the room, and we're excited about it. Any thoughts about this afternoon? Let's start with you, Nick.
No, I just got stopped out at break even on a little trial long I was trying to get into on NQ. We've kind of just been chopping around, the lows. Basically, we built the value for the session down here between like 600s and 540s on NQ. So we've just kind of been ping-ponging back and forth, value area low to value area high. So not a whole lot to do just yet. I was kind of eyeballing maybe a dumb idea to try to short gold up there around the 210s and change, and we'll see if they can continue to hold this 4,200 spot. I have a weird feeling we may end up closing a little lower back towards like 180s, 170s, but that's just me, not financial advice.
So tempting, Nick. So tempting. I was thinking the same thing with gold as well, but I don't know. I'm keeping my hands in my pocket. Joey, what are you thinking about this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm watching the NASDAQ currently. NASDAQ's kind of been chopping around pretty much all midday afternoon. We're bouncing between IB low and VWAP currently. So I'm waiting to see if we can hold IB low, stay above, maybe get some strength above VWAP, or if we find more weakness, come down below. NASDAQ does have a strong level. Just kind of zooming out here for a minute. NASDAQ does have a strong level down here in the 490s to low 500s. So been watching that pretty closely, and we'll see what happens if we do get any selling that's initiated in price, if we do come down that low, or if we're going to stay in this range and maybe break back above VWAP. So something I'm watching pretty closely there.
Yeah, I got it. Well, it's exciting times are in front of us. It looks like the government might be open sooner than later, so we're gonna have fun with a whole bunch of data coming forward, which should help move this stuff up around even more. We'll keep an eye on the VIX. Right now, it's at 17.45. Nothing too excitable right there in and among itself. So everybody, hit that thumbs up for these guys. They're going to be looking for trades on the close. We got Joey and Nick. Appreciate everybody being here. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. It's really important to us, and we appreciate if you would do it. It's just, it's free. You just move your mouse on it. You just click the left part of the mouse, and you're good to go. But all in all, joking aside, thank you everybody for being here. You guys are a great community. The chat, folks listening to wherever we're at. Let's go ahead and support these guys. I will be dipping into the chat, Nick and Joey, and wish you guys the best of luck this afternoon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
All right.
Nick, what's up, dude?
What's up, buddy? Good to have you back.
Yes, sir. Good to be here. How have you managed today?
I've taken a few paper cuts. Small red, but the chat saw me during the kind of the mid-morning trade after Leo and Kane. Nick got stopped out right here.
Oh.
Tried to get long, came back, made a new low, and then decided to leave without me. And then we just kind of got stalled for a while. So it's not like I was holding this for 200-300 points or something. It went a little higher, but it was continuing the joke on this stream that you trade based on where my stop is. That's your entry, is my stop. So that was
Just be
always
sure
fun.
be sure to let me know when you enter a trade and where the stop's going to be. That way I have an idea.
I got you, my friend. But continuing to kind of watch gold here to see if we're going to hold this 4200 spot. I was very, very tempted up there. The 4214s and change. We were just kind of stalled there. And I know no one wants to call top or bottom. That's a terrible idea, but something about that seemed like buyers just finally ran out of steam today. So was watching, and if we lose this 4200s, I think it could be a nice little maybe 20-point sell.
Yeah, giving up 200 there. I mean, we could come down and see those 180s, 170s.
Yeah. Definitely possible.
I think it'd be pretty likely.
I don't know. We'll see if they'll give me another chance to potentially enter if we get another defense of this 4200 so far. I mean, that might have been the spot at like 206. That might have been my only other chance, but I'm seeing still a lot of positive delta on these candles down there. We'll keep watching it.
Yeah, they're gonna try to defend that 4200 though. So that's what it looks like. We'll see.
How'd you do today?
Not bad. I traded some prop accounts today, green in those, and then personal account. I'm actually flat in the personal account. I haven't taken anything in the personal account yet. So seeing if we get anything this afternoon. I mean, NASDAQ's it's just been chopping around. I mean, we had the initial sell-off at the open, and it seems like ever since then we kind of been moving sideways.
But oddly enough, another sell-off off an open that doesn't get V-shaped post-Euro close today was a good sign for anybody that's ever tried to short this market. It was nice to not see it just get completely blown to the upside and us continue to balance in whatever we're going to call this 800s to 500s range on the NASDAQ for the foreseeable few days. It seems like we're just bouncing in a wider range, unfortunately above a gap from Sunday.
I know. Yeah.
Which drives me nuts.
It's just been
an untouched
sideways.
week open on ES and NQ, which is also a statistical anomaly in some capacity.
Yep. Yeah, just complete sideways action. Getting a good move off the open, then just chopping around afterwards. So I mean, I don't know. See, maybe I'm just trying to see if we hold IB low. I think for me to feel comfortable with having the idea of longs, I would want to see that happen. Find strength above IB low, potentially getting back above VWAP. I think that could initiate a little bit of buying pressure and maybe get back some of the red that we had today off the open there. But we'll see. We'll see. So far, it's just very, very choppy and not something I'm very excited to trade.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. Chat, it's been a couple hours. How are we all doing? Everybody have a safe lunch? Anyone eat anything good? I didn't leave my desk. And I wasn't trading. I just was doing random things.
Do we ever leave our desk?
I mean, I try to. I really need to get better. I used to be really good about it, and then lately I've fallen into the trap of not leaving my office very much. I need to get better about days I'm not on stream. Of if I find the setup off the open or like the first hour, initial balance, whatever, and I can take it, great. If that's green, that's fine. I don't need to sit here and continue to watch price action. And then I need to watch the boys trade the close in the afternoon, like from the couch on my phone if I'm going to do it, or from the porch.
Yeah.
Because now the weather here is nice, and it's only going to be nice for a few more weeks before it just starts getting cold, which I'm sure you're already feeling.
We're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. I think this weekend is supposed to be pretty nice, like in the 70s, and then I don't know about after that, but yeah, we've already kind of had an experience with a colder day. I think one morning it was 28 degrees.
Oof.
And I'm not about that life. I was just saying earlier that my wife and I are going to potentially go down to Pompano in February.
Nice.
To stay a month down there to escape the winter, the last part of the winter, and come back in March and stay down there a month. But we'll see.
It's not a terrible idea.
It's not. Trust me, I'm not a winter person. Can't do it. I say I need to leave my desk more often as well, but when it's winter time, I really don't see that happening.
I feel you.
You heard touching grass was good, so you planted a flower, a pot, and have it on your desk. I like that. It's a good idea.
I'm gonna see what L period brings. It was debating on jumping in short there on NQ.
Yeah, looking like she wants to roll a little bit. Waiting to see how we do IB. I like the coconut trees in Florida. I really do. They're a sight to see. It's better than the trees that I have in my backyard.
Fun fact, I have no trees in my backyard, just one in my front yard.
Nice. My backyard is loaded.
I learned, okay, well, I have a beautiful old like Japanese maple tree in my front, and I've been trying to find a pair or a second one that's similar maturity so that it somewhat matches the other side. And I've learned finding mature trees that will be well planted and taken care of initially so they can adapt is extremely expensive.
Mm,
So,
yeah.
or I can just
I
plant a juvenile one for like $30.
I mean, I need to get rid of some of mine so I can give you some.
Hey, why not repurpose them? Just ship them down here.
I mean, my backyard literally sees no sunlight because of how many trees. I mean, like the grass I have is like it's almost non-existent. See, Joey, can you please explain how you trade using the IB top and bottom to use other elements of confluence with them to decide to enter? Sure, if we want to go full screen, I can explain it. Go full screen on my chart. I'll kind of walk through it. I'll walk through the strategy that I use with initial balance, and if there are, I'll give you some confluence if there are any really. So basically, I trade what's called failures of the initial balance. So you take the initial balance high, initial balance low, obviously first hour. And if I can get, like we've had multiple breaks below IB low here. If you look down here, we've had multiple breaks, right? But we've constantly been holding it. Generally, these are called IB failures when we break below those levels and come back within and close within. However, today's PA hasn't been, we haven't really had any strength coming out of it. So I've stayed flat. But ideally, just take this move as an example here, right? If I'm going to trade long here as we broke below IB low, came back within and showed strength, I'm going to look to get long anticipating this failed auction is going to happen. We're failing the IB low, meaning we're staying above, and I would look to capture the retracement of that 50% mark of the IB. Right. So if I can capture that, I would be pretty happy on that trade. Unfortunately, today, like these failures haven't really had much momentum behind them, and I've stayed flat. But vice versa on the IB high, right? Just say price, navigated above IB high here, and then we saw weakness and came back within. I would look to take that short there and ride it to at least that 50% mark of the IB. Do I always get 50%? No. There are times where I get into a trade and I'll like for that particular example, I would short and then trail my stop. And sometimes price will come back up, tap me out, and then maybe continue to move. But I try to aim for that 50%. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. But that's generally the idea. Now, levels of confluence. So like this would be a great example, I believe, for if we were to find strength here, getting, holding IB low and finding strength above VWAP. I think that would be a good indication that buyers are going to try to see a little bit higher pricing on the day, whether it's, 50%, which would be here, or somewhere up in here. But that would be what I'm really looking for in this particular environment. Again, we have been just kind of chopping IB low, but if we do hold it and continue to hold it and get above VWAP there, I think that's a good indication that we're going to see buyers. So that would be some pretty strong confluence. Hopefully that answered your question there.
Nothing happening.
Where in Missouri do I live? Close to Springfield. Yeah, so far NASDAQ is really just saying in between IB low and VWAP, nothing really happening. How's gold looking? Is it holding 42 still? Yeah.
Yep. Currently trading at 42.06. It's been pretty choppy up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I said, that failure at 26 like 15s was giving me short this thing to 41 80s vibes, but I don't know if it's going to play out. It's been so bullish all day.
Yeah, that buy up we had on gold this morning was honestly insane. I mean, that was a big rip. Interesting to see it continue to hold that 4,200.
If I was a betting man, I'd bet on it breaking and we rotate lower, but I would have been wrong shorting this at any time today versus me just pressing the buy button would have worked out at any point.
Yeah, could close your eyes and market order in and make money on gold.
Apparently, we're back to that. I mean, there were signs. It just seemed like the Asia session just bit it again last night, like they always tend to.
Yeah. Gold acting like it wants to go back to all-time highs.
4 sets of singles on gold. Oof.
Table Rock Lake and Bull Shoals. Yeah, I go fishing on Table Rock all the time. In fact, I might be going this weekend since it's going to be so nice out. Bull Shoals I grew up on when I lived in Arkansas. We used to have a boat dock on Bull Shoals. We'd camp out there every weekend in the summer. NASDAQ is not very exciting, chat.
No, it's really not doing much.
It is not exciting, bro. Chat, how have you guys been doing today? Did y'all catch the sell-off this morning on NASDAQ? I actually missed it. It's been a tug of war here at 600 on the NAS. Never traded NQ. Yeah, it's probably that could be a smart thing. NASDAQ can get kind of wild. Start with the ES. There you go. Nick, do you ever find yourself struggling? Like you trade ES too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever find yourself struggling with ES after trading NASDAQ, just like with the slower movement?
I would say I wasn't letting moves like play out. I was not as effective scalping it as I am NQ was kind of what I noticed. Now I've learned like I really just need to let ES play out like full rotations and like let it get to my take profit versus if I've ever tried to trail ES, usually I end up getting out as I scale up versus my original take profit idea.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't have any issue with it. I just have certain days where I'm watching it and I see something set up before I see something set up in the other one, I guess. And also just some days you don't feel like being thrown in the back of a van blindfolded and driven around Manhattan or something.
Yeah. I've just for some reason I struggle with ES. I think I'm just so used to the NASDAQ 'cause that's really what I've traded pretty much my entire trading career.
Hmm.
And I've tried trading ES. I just lose, I guess I lose patience with it too fast.
I get it. Definitely can happen. It just, yeah, it doesn't move the same way if you need the velocity. If you're someone that like is like hyper scalpy and kind of in and out and 10, 20, 30 point clips, then yeah, you should be absolutely just trading the NASDAQ. If you really let, I would say, moves and rotations play out, then you probably can. Also, I feel like I don't care as much to like stare at the DOM when I enter an ES trade with a reasonable stop. I'll just kind of let it play out because I'm not worried about my stop getting taken in 3 seconds and having to re-enter potentially.
Hmm.
So there's that. I don't know. I go back and forth on what I enjoy trading.
Yeah, I hear you. I've always, yeah, I killed my trades way too early on ES just from feeling like I sat in them too long.
Sure.
NQ needs a wider stop. Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. NQ is definitely one of those instruments where sizing down and wider stops is, a lot of the times needed.
Apparently nothing is doing anything because gold is still sitting there and ES and NQ are still not making decisions.
Yep. Just
What is
switched over
ES
to
doing?
gold. Gold still just hovering that 4,200. Moving sideways.
Ooh, I am seeing some sellers start to try to pick up the pace a little bit on gold. See if they have any success.
ES actually holding below IB low here. Hmm. Yeah, gold looking like it's trying to
It's gonna
potentially give
roll.
up that 4,200 level.
It's gonna roll, isn't it? Because I didn't take the trade. It's gonna drop all the way down to 4170s because I didn't take the trade.
Could always, cut your position in half
Just to feel something.
just to feel something.
No, I'm probably gonna.
I
Wait,
sometimes
I
do
don't.
that actually. In fact, I did that today on Nasdaq where I was anticipating a move and I saw it happening and it was starting to move without me and I cut my position size by like 70% and just got like a starter position in it and I took a little bit of heat, a little bit of drawdown because of the entry, but eventually played out, just added to it as it moved in my favor.
Sure.
Sometimes I'll get like a little starter position on if I see something that could happen pretty quick.
Here it comes. It's gonna do it.
You guys think ES will hold above 68, 62? Let's see. Let me go to ES. Um, Potentially. I mean, it is an area where we've constantly seen buyers. Right now, ES holding below IB low, which indicates a little bit of weakness here. So if sellers do keep us below IB low and we continue to see that weakness, I would imagine that we maybe even come down even lower. We'll have to see though. It's kind of tricky right now because everything's just moving sideways. There's not much action or not much movement in the market right now, and so it's kind of tricky to say either way. I could actually argue both sides of ES right now. I could argue that we've been below IB low before, and we've seen strength coming back above it, even above VWAP there, and we've kind of been consolidating it right now. So I could argue that maybe we still find strength back above IB low, but then I can also argue that we are actually below it and seeing weakness, and we could come down. So the fact that I can argue both sides, I really don't like being 50-50 like that. Meanwhile, NASDAQ is continuing to test IB low and still hold it. Unable to push below. So the NASDAQ finds strength, does it bring the ES with it, right? So it's just, I don't know, it's all 50-50. Like I said, I could argue both sides.
Do I check Dixie when trading gold? No, I have not looked at a Dixie chart in a long time. If there's a correlation again for something, that's news to me because I haven't looked at it. YouTube time, Jim. Attention, Nick, what studies are you using on your chart? Is that a footprint and a volume profile? And are they free on NinjaTrader? So I am using a delta by price or a delta volume imprint, however you want to describe it, and the sessions volume profile. These two, so this delta by price next to this volume profile are actually based on the current NQ rotation that we are on. And I usually have my rotation set anywhere from like 50 to 70 on NQ. Just kind of depends. So you'll see these constantly reset kind of based on, what rotation we are in and if it gets reversed and things like that. So that's what those are. Are they free on NinjaTrader? I believe you need the order flow edition to build them out. So yeah. Oh, gold, are you going to do this to me now? I had a chance to enter there.
Well, gold did break below those 42s.
It gave me another chance to kind of get in at those 204s.
Anna, it's IB, not IV. It's initial balance. It's the first hour of the trading session, the high and the low.
If gold breaks, I'm gonna cry on the inside.
Yeah, breaking. It's hovering that 199, 200 level. If it breaks, we could see 94s pretty quickly, then back down to the 80s.
I really think it's going to break.
Yeah.
I think buyers did every opportunity there to hold it, push it back up, and we're not rewarded.
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty weak.
The whole time it looked, this trade I think did really set up. That's what I get. I mean, sometimes it's just like you see stuff like that, but it's like, do I really want to fade this trend day move? You probably don't.
Right. I mean, that is a tough trade to take. I mean, if you think about it, like there's been a ton of buyers on the day for gold. We've sent it all the way above 4200s, and then seeing sellers come off that 216 level back down to 200s, and we're just kind of consolidating it, having a little bit of a tug of war there at 200s. It's really a tough trade on whether or not buyers are going to continue to have strength and hold that level, or if they just going to give it all up. You just never really. It's hard. That's a really hard trade.
Yep, 100%. Here it goes. Everyone say bye to gold as it heads or tries to traverse down to 85s. Unless that is don't tell me that's going to be a generational low. Make a new little low, peak below 97, and then okay. Now I'm ready to buy. If you didn't love it at 200, you'll love it at 97s.
It's toying with your emotions.
Unbelievable, this product, which is just another reason not to take this trade.
Yeah, 100%.
No. Really wish something was. I mean, I guess ES and NQ still kind of like just stair stepping a little bit down.
Yeah.
But we're just ping ponging off the value area low and the value area high. 620s to 540s when we have been since Euro close. It is what it is.
NASDAQ's trying to decide whether or not it's going to give up IB low or not. Like I said, I hate the fact that I can argue both sides. I never enjoy being in that scenario. Like these constant little peaks below IB low and holding it and trying to find a bid at that level, but then just going back to peak back below it. Not a huge fan of it. I think for me to even consider longing this, I would have to see us back above VWAP. I would want to see the strength off IB low back to VWAP, getting above, and then maybe catching a retest off VWAP to take longs. Shorts, on the other hand, if we do find some strength to the sell side, getting below IB low, those 500s make me really nervous. We've held those up quite a few times.
Yep. You look at that on NQ, it's, one knock, two knocks, three knocks on that little 480s to 450s kind of area. It's like at some point that gives, and we're gonna go take out that gap in the week open, which is all I've been waiting for this week.
Yeah.
To push us back down to 225. Of course, we like to be up and away before we actually fill in said structure, which just drives me insane.
You don't feel hope about any.
Yeah, I just don't know on the short side. Like, yeah, if it ran the 480s, that all those lows that we've been constantly holding over and over, I mean, it'd be a great trade, to catch that momentum. But it's like with the amount of times that we've held it, is the risk to reward really there to take the trade for it to go down there and bounce right back off of it?
I mean, I'd lean no, just because ES has been, this entire week has been structurally a little more bullish than NQ, surprisingly. Like the profile, the way we've kind of just continued to build value higher each session so far, it does not quite look the same as NQ's, which is you see 3 pings on that like value area low. So we'll see.
Yep.
I don't know.
Agreed.
Gold looks like it's going to hold 4,200s. Of course it is.
Maybe the longs above 4,200 is the play. Where do we get to? 190? Yeah, 195. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just a quick check, and apparently there are still buyers there. Because if they weren't interested at longing gold at 4,000 like 3 days ago, they're definitely interested now at 4,200. Yeah, NQ, like I said, it really does look like it's basically just been trading into like a 250 point balance for the last 3 sessions. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yes, like I said, much more constructive on the longer time frame. Nick, are you referring to previous day value area high NQ is touching? No, current session. So if you guys see my volume profile here, so you get the value area high for the session at 620, value area low at 540s. And basically, since I caught off air for like the midday, all we did was basically just ping pong around and chop inside of today's value. ES, very similar. Sure, developing value area, however you want to describe that.
NASDAQ still trying to hold below IB low here. I don't know if I get NASDAQ back to VWAP today or not. I don't know if we have enough juice to get up there.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru,
619.
Antigua, Barbuda, St. Lucia, and Cuba, Grenada, United States,
ETH.
Canada,
ETH. So you're right. I have that on my chart. I'm an idiot for looking at the wrong one.
Mexico, Panama. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Lucia and Cuba, Grenada, El Salvador, too, Dominica, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala.
Again, buyers trying to still just defend that IB low there.
Dominica, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and
it's so choppy, chat. I mean, look at the candles. They're so tiny.
Just looking like another liquidation off the open into a bounce day. But this
Gold
one did
looking
not get V'd.
Gold looking like it wants to catch a bid. Back above those 4200s. Sean looking like it's trying to get a little strong.
Did we see crude today? Yeah, crude was disgusting of a sell. Just violence. Basically inverse of what gold did today, but a little more violent.
Gold coming back up to test those 06s, pop above that.
Yep. Probably is going to. I was in at 60.50. Well, at least you caught some of the points.
Some is better than none.
I never seem to catch like a full day move on something like that. Like the full rotate, like the full up day in gold today. Like I'm never in that long at 4150s to 4200. It's just not a trade I take. I'm more likely to be stopped out trying to play it as a range, trying to short around, let's say, that 4150 spot, and then stop out above, previous day high or whatever it was. What time frames? You are looking at a 500 volume NQ chart for me.
I bounce around between the 1 and 5 minute. I mean, I have the higher time frames on like other monitors. Like on the monitor I have above me, I have it on a 15. So I kind of just peek up there and take a look at higher time frames. But on the chart you see here, it's usually between a 1 and a 5.
Are they trying to open the government tonight? Yeah, there's a vote in the House, I believe, this evening, and I'd be shocked if it isn't voted. But also, who knows with this government anymore? Apparently, we don't have data releases for important labor statistics and inflation data from
we're not getting
shutdown.
CPI.
So I'm sure everything is fine. I'm sure inflation has been defeated just like it was defeated since November of 2023, according to Powell. So here we are. Don't worry about that. 3% is the new 2%, is the new 1.5%, according to what I think Trump was talking about. He sees it going down too soon. So, yeah. I think they're changing the way these things are calculated too, going forward. So it's like they're just clearly just buying time at this point.
All right, Nasdaq showing signs of some strength here, back above IB low, trying to catch a bid. Just whether or not we can sustain it or not. Gold has a campfire built around 200.
We're trading like we already got the move, like that the government's going to likely reopen. And I'm wondering what are we kind of waiting for? It's weird. Weird. It's been a weird week.
Yeah. Watching to see if, like I said, as I mentioned earlier, like having a starter position, I'm not opposed if we can come down a little bit on Nasdaq and still hold below or above IB low. I'm not opposed to getting a starter position on just really small size and playing to the long side on this. Again, I like IB low holding. I like the strength that came there, came back above it. So if I can get a good entry, I could put on a starter position and see if we can get some strength to come back in.
Nothing moving. Although there is somebody absorbing here at 579s. See if they still want to party. And this lovely fella here.
Yeah, it seems like NASDAQ is trying to get some buyers going through. What's ES doing? ES, sort of the same thing, getting back above.
There's a 600 lot at 76. But so far, Mr. 770, 579, excuse me. Mr. 579 won that battle.
All right, I have a small position long on NASDAQ.
Nice. Nick, didn't you used to only trade ES? No, I've always historically, when I first started trading, I only traded ES. Historically, I bounce back and forth. I dabble in markets that are moving, and some days, NQ is illiquid and sloppy, and I hate it, and I'm mad at her. And so I trade ES, and other days I'm just, I'm seeing structure, or I just like the way or ES is setting up coming into an area of support or resistance that I'm looking to potentially lean on, and it's going to respect that potentially more than NQ ever would. So some days I just like trading ES. Really depends on how I'm feeling. Like last week, I really traded both.
Ooh.
Friday I traded NQ. The day before that I traded gold, like only traded gold. So just depends.
All right, I did add into my position there.
See if we can push through that 580s guy and get you some points. Gold's still doing nothing. It's like gold got above 200 and then just died the rest of the session.
Like to see us get into those 90s there. That would be ideal.
Oh, gold. It's making another attempt.
See, what's IB low again? 61. So back to IB low. I'm just gonna get out of this. I feel like that'd be a good stop for me there. I don't want to see it break back below IB low. Chair spaghetti. It's my stop is right at IB low. Am I like Joey from Friends? No. My wife watches that show all the time. Fun fact, I've not ever actually seen a full episode of Friends. And my wife watches it all the time. That's like her favorite show. I'm pretty sure I want to say in Branson, there's a friends like attraction you can go you can go hang out in. Like they made the scenes from the show to be like they basically replicated those scenes, and you can go in and like act in it and all that, and say the lines from the show. Granted, I know absolutely nothing from it, but seems like a lot of people like it. But I think it's in Branson somewhere. I don't know. My wife mentioned it. All right, see if this Nas can get into these 90s. Give me a push, Nas. There you go. Original entry was 72. Want to see these 90s hold. Get up, maybe get a retest of 600. Probably, I think that'll be where I'll get out of this trade is those 600s. If we can get a retest there. Unless sellers just decide to come through right now. I think we can get the 600s. Teetering around these 90s currently.
I mean, we're just chopping.
Yeah, this is getting a little brutal. A retest of the 600 would be a great spot for me to get out of this.
There's a 400 offer at 605s on NQ.
Trying to get a little push here, see if it can make a run up to 600.
Well, we got the M period turn here in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
There we go. Got it. We're out.
Nice. Nice trade.
Thank you. There we go. Go a little long.
Yeah, yes, got that. It was kind of late following that little push with NQ.
Nice bounce. So that's what I like to see, chat, like off those, when I was explaining IB levels earlier, that's what I like to see is that good strength come back above IB low, because that gives me a little bit more confidence and confluence behind trading a failed auction on the IB low there. Beautiful. Still seeing some buying come through. Might even go to VWAP up at 618. Seeing some good strength. Let's go. Gold is still roasting some marshmallows around the campfire at 200. ES also has a little bit of strength as well. Back above IB low, getting above VWAP as well there. Not a bad retest on VWAP there. Could see some higher pricing on ES if it can hold above VWAP. Gold party is over for the day. Seems like it, huh?
Yeah, I don't think gold's going to do anything.
Yeah.
Which naturally means when I'm not paying attention, it's going to liquidate.
Full liquidation.
Probably. Wouldn't shock me. This was the day I was staring at gold, for some reason, trying to find a pullback to get long, like anything, instead of like trying to really trade indices. I don't know. It's a weird day.
Nasdaq still seeing some strength there. Coming back up in the 610s, about 8 points away from VWAP. See if we end up rejecting there, if we find strength above. If we find strength above VWAP and get back above, let's see, maybe even retest those 630s.
Probably heading back to 620s and change.
Yeah. We'll have to see. It's been really tricky in this range in general. I mean, we've been here before today where we've seen a lot of sellers. I mean, even if you look back around that 1230 time where we saw a lot of strength come back above IB low and we got to VWAP and then it was just a steep sell off from there. So we've seen a lot of sellers up here before. So I think if we can clear this area and get some strength, we'll probably see some, I mean, we could see a little bit of a grind higher towards the end of the day.
David, I've tried to lower down from 500 to like 300 volume. It just, the candles just print too fast and it's just not good for my brain. Because a lot of the time, like I'm still eyeballing based on like a 1 hour, and a 5 minute at times too, kind of adjusting with in addition to my volume candles. So 100 volume would just print too much for me. At least that's my thought. But yeah, you could totally do it. I've tried 300. I just didn't like it. Leo used to call that God mode for scalping, but it's too much for me.
Wow, Nasdaq is really catching a bid here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Getting a retesting 640. $638 rather.
Nothing like a M period candle unwinding all of the day's volume. just pissing off anybody that was hoping for continuation out of today's value.
If we do continue to find strength on Nasdaq, the 650 to 670 level, just in that general range, is going to be really interesting if we continue to see bids here.
Do y'all have experience with Bookmap? My experience, if you want to learn about it, you can listen to episode 1 of season 2 of Painting the Tape. Joey, what about you?
Very very little. I mean, I've used it and I have it, but I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a bookmap pro. Um, really just use it for areas of liquidity, just for the visuals.
I've just never. It's the same thing. Like I look at a DOM in a way that it's like I don't need, I guess,
Yeah.
the extra layer of the order book. It's just it doesn't work for me. I understand people love it, use it, take advantage of it. There's good ways to use it. So yeah, yes, KDR. They were the. I'm not going to do this. I'm not. Never mind. Yes, sponsor on episode 1, of course. That was what they were. That's what you want to call it. I'm a good boy. I'm going to behave.
I'm the new guy, so there's definitely something I'm missing here about bookmap.
It's no, it's nothing about bookmap. It was an episode of our podcast that me, Leo, Stowe, and XY did, and
Okay.
bookmap got brought up.
Okay.
And I mean, like I said, I'm indifferent. I don't really care. People use what they use, but some people have strong opinions about bookmap. But
That
yeah,
is true.
I get it, because some people would look at my DOM, XY's definitely XY's DOM, and be like, this is way too much. Like I have no idea what I'm looking at, which is probably fair. So maybe that'll simplify the game for you.
I will agree. It can be overwhelming with all the information. I mean, it's like I'm a big fan of simplicity. I like simplicity in trading, and if I just have all these tools and I'm just loaded up with tons of things, I get overwhelmed with information. I feel like one thing tells me something and another is telling me a completely opposite. So it's like I just try to simplify everything down.
I'm in the same boat.
Even with like indicators or things like on the chart, like I try to stay pretty simple as possible. Really, the only two things I use on my chart is initial balance and VWAP, and that's it. Simpler the better for me.
Emmanuel, yeah, they did. Thinkorswim did have that, and that's how I started finding other people in this space to learn from. But yeah, I was when I first started trading futures and had no idea what I was doing, I was using the plugin for Bookmap with Thinkorswim, because I was trying to trade futures on Thinkorswim, thinking that's a good place to trade futures.
Shapcap, thank you.
And now we're just going to rotate back into value, aren't we?
Yeah, right back into this chop zone.
If you were hoping for continuation,
I was.
You're in for a disappointment.
It looks like it.
As was basically the entire session today. Best we can do is chop around. Gold making another run to break 4200s here, because I wasn't watching it. Currently sitting at 198 evens. Perhaps it wants to finally roll over. Or not. I don't care anymore. I'm tired of watching it.
NASDAQ right back down to 600, where I got out of the trade. It's one thing I don't want to see is NASDAQ just continue chopping. I mean, how much time we got? So yeah, we're running out of time on the day, but I don't want to see NASDAQ just continue to chop this range. I would love to see continuation above 640 in the 50s. Well, we got our piece of the pie. That's what matters.
Nick, two top prop firms. If you don't like to tell, just say I understand. Oh no, there's plenty out there in the space. I mean, I think there's, as far as like newer players too. I mean, Lucid, Tradeify are probably two of the ones that everyone's kind of very high on right now. And you have, I mean, there's tons. I've used both of those and have been very happy. I think everyone knows where I spent majority of my time trading, which is also a good firm. But we bounce right off that 600 spot again, Joey.
Yeah. Looking like we might try to catch a little bit more of a bid. We'll see though. I mean, I don't like that selling back below VWAP there. But we could catch a bid. At this point, it can do whatever it wants now that I'm out of the trade.
Yeah, this is just a choppy mess. Reject off the overnight low to go down to the week VWAP to bounce off that. Gold still can't make a new low.
Man. Gold still around the campfire at 200. Yeah.
Yeah, that is apparently the new happy place.
That is. Post it up at 200 and we're not leaving.
Yeah, all I was looking for was like, hey, what might make sense from a structural standpoint, maybe a rotation down towards 85s, 70s, something like that. Retrace some of this structure. No, too much to ask for. We only go up here after being choppy to the downside, range bound for a couple weeks. Now it's back to you just press buy and close your eyes and come back tomorrow rich.
Yeah. Exactly.
Which is what I was seeing as of like Globex Sunday night, and that has continued now apparently. Yeah, the two I was referring to would be Lucid and Tradeify.
Hey, Bielka.
Deli had AJ from Lucid on about a week or two ago. And I love what he's kind of building out. And I think everyone knows Tradeify at this point, and they're a very reputable, good firm too.
Then I am taking more trades today after I saw my prop firm accounts. I ended up taking a couple more. And I ended green on those accounts that I was trading earlier this morning. Chopping VWAP, baby.
My God.
Chopping VWAP. Gold is doing gold things.
Yep.
I don't know if I ever asked you. Do you watch YM?
I really don't, but I saw the short setup today for the brief moment that it existed.
Man, the moves that YM get when it's ready to move, it's like a straight line.
Yep. I mean, that was just nuts. Just 500 points straight to the upside.
Yeah.
Well, you knew kind of watching in the pre-market. I'm like, the YM's going to make a new high. You could see what was a little weak in the pre-market, what was being bid, more defensive names. So it just made sense that we were probably going to do it. I would have never imagined just closing my eyes and pressing buy on the bell and hitting that trade in 30 seconds. But hey, apparently somebody did that.
Somebody made a lot of money on YM for sure. I mean, that was just a straight ripper to the upside. Looking at it here, it's from 48,140 to 530. It's an absolute monster rip. See, Joe, when the break happens, I mean, does not fail. Do you use IB high or low to join uptrends or downtrends? So yes, you can trade. You can trade continuations of those levels, and in fact, a lot of people do. I think that's another pretty strong strategy that a lot of people will use on the IB. Just like as an example, if there's a break, I'm going to use the IB high just because it's cleaner and I can draw it out better. If we want to go full screen, I can break it down a little bit.
Go for it. We're not doing anything.
Yeah. Mario's done. See if can we go full screen on the chart real quick?
You're good.
But if we do break, there we go. If we do break IB high, I'm just going to draw it up here because it's clean. There's no candles in the way. So if we do break IB high, for example, just say like this here, and then we come back down and retest IB high, a lot of people will use that as a retest to continue to get the continuation of the upside. It's a good strategy. I mean, if there's a lot of strength on the day, it very much does depend on the context of the day. Is there a news driven move? Are we just kind of chopping, moving sideways? Have we been rangy? Like there's a lot of context around it. But if we are getting a strong push and buyers are just taking over the market, then you could take a break and retest here and get the continuation to the upside. And then obviously like vice versa to the downside on IB low. If we do break IB low here, right, with some strength and then come back up and retest IB low, you could take the short and play the continuation of the downside. Again, it's just all context, right? It's just what's the market doing? How strong is it? How weak is it? Have we been rangy? Is there a news driven? Is the price news driven currently? Like it really does depend. But something that I have taken as well, I would say my bread and butter is usually the failed auctions, because we tend to get more rangy markets than anything from what I could tell. And with IB, a lot of times we'll see those IB levels come into play, we'll break them and come back within, right? And so generally what I look for, and also knowing the idea of like, are we going to get a double rate? Like, especially on double breaks, right? If we get double breaks, those are pretty rare, right? Those are pretty rare to happen. And so what usually happens? We break and come right back up within the range. And so generally failures have always been my bread and butter and what I'm good at. But again, depending on context, if there is strength for me to play continuations above or below IB levels, I'll do it.
I'm so disgusted that NQ didn't take out its previous day low. We were so close. We were so close, chat. Yeah, you would need to be watching the order book in some capacity. So for me, I'm looking at the depth of market, as it's called, on the DOM. So I have a DOM with level 2 data that allows me to see the full order book. So I can see the bid, and I can see the ask, and then I have things set up to kind of look at the pulling and stacking on the bid and the ask as well. So that's where you get it. There's still time, guys. Don't get my bearish brain going that thinks we're going to potentially liquidate everybody and go take out the previous day low here. I've seen all the call buying today. I'm not a betting man, but I would bet that probably is not going to happen here in the next 12 minutes. But hey, I've been wrong before. There's still time. That made me laugh. Trust me, it doesn't take a lot of energy for me to want to sell this thing to zero.
It takes a lot of energy to watch it go sideways, though.
Yes, it does.
Golly. A lot of mental energy.
Yeah. Level 2 data is great. You can see the full order book. Highly recommend if you're doing this seriously. But you really only need it on in theory one platform. So your main trading platform, you could have it on, and then you could suddenly just use everything else, whether it's be for props or other stuff, like on a separate execution platform. Like that's what I historically had done too. Challenging day. Yeah, this was not. I mean, this whole week, I feel like there's been moments, but there also has just been a lot of, volatility early in the session, and then it just turns into slow death grind to the
Attention
upside.
traders, it's algo time.
Thanks, Kane. Appreciate it.
Algo time.
Yeah, we got MOC here in 5 seconds. Let's see what happens. Maybe new low of the day. I doubt it.
Appreciate Kane for the reminder.
Just more chop. Okay, great. Awesome. Do you guys trade the Asia session on futures? No, I completely avoid Globex these days. I'm historically red between RTH close and RTH open. So with that comes maturity and not putting money at risk during your historically unprofitable times of the day.
Yacht, I will say for me, I do trade. There are times where I'll trade gold during like the 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time hour. Usually you can get some pretty good moves on gold then, and I'll take a little peek at it. And if there's anything that I like, I'll take it. But generally, I'm not spending a whole lot of time staring at it.
John, Nick, what platform do you use? The one you're seeing on screen. I'm trading on NinjaTrader. Still making. We're gonna just be unchanged today, aren't we? That's fun. Good job, guys. Everyone pat yourself on the back.
NASDAQ back into the 640s. Maybe we see 650s. I don't know. We only have what, nine or so minutes, 8 minutes.
I did make mention that there was once again for the third day in a row, just an absurd amount of call buying going on today. So, shocker. We're going to close at the highs of the range. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. 50, 68. We're seeing it like 68, 60s on the old SPX. We'll see. They might have just puked their orders there for all I know.
NASDAQ covering previous day close, just chopping around it.
Mm-hmm. Because an unchanged day would be a lot of fun, wouldn't it, folks? Can you tell I'm a cynical trader these days? I've seen too much. I've just seen too much, guys.
Chad, gold has him on a roller coaster.
I mean, gold is still chopping around 200. Indecision. Yeah, a big green candle would be fine, but the whole day we did nothing, and then we're just going to close unchanged. And all it did was Asia bid us up, London helped, and then we sold off when the adults were in the room this morning, coming off a bank holiday. So they sold us, and then everybody decided to just keep us in balance since then.
Are they adults?
I don't know. I still think there's interns watching this stream that work at some of the larger desks who like to hold levels at like 420 every 1,000 points on NQ because it's funny. So probably not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure NASDAQ's going to close at previous day close today, or somewhere around it. What's ES doing? Chop in the 80s. Got gold coming right back to 200. It's probably going nowhere. as we've noticed. Nick, have you been able to see the solar storm at night?
No, I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, there's like a big solar storm, like the Northern Lights.
Uh-huh.
You can see them at night at my house. Like the whole sky is like just pink.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I guess I haven't gone outside because it's been dark because I like do bath time and then I just am ready to shut my brain off and do nothing. So I haven't looked outside. I need to go outside more. What's the algo time about? Okay, so market on close. There's a bunch of orders that are ready to hit the market that are like kind of pre what did you call it, Joey? I'm totally blanking on the word.
Talk about market on close orders?
Yeah, pre my brain's turning off.
They're preset orders.
Preset. God,
yeah.
why can't I speak? Preset orders that are planned and ready to be executed at 3:50 Eastern time, and then that's the S&Ps. NQs is like 5 minutes later. Yeah, my brain literally turned off as I was trying to speak. 2 streams today. You guys can bear with me for that.
To be fair, I feel like this whole week has been just with the market has been pretty mentally exhausting.
Oh, it has been, man. And I was so excited after like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week that a good two-way tape was going to be back for at least a couple weeks. No, at least through like OpEx pre-Thanksgiving week. No, why we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't make it fun.
NASDAQ coming back to the 600s.
I'm feeling they're going to pin it here on both.
Yeah.
Pin it at 68, 74, 75s, and pin it here at 600 on NQ. That sounds about right.
Right next to VWAP.
Gentlemen.
Jim.
Good job today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we had the NASDAQ had, actually from regular trading hours forward, it had a really picture perfect almost session volume profile along with the session VWAP just defining the top. We kept tapping it and selling off it, tapping that VWAP, selling off it all day long. It was nice.
Yep. We did.
Yeah, it's been moving between VWAP and IB low, which has been a little frustrating for me. But to finally find a little bit of strength there at IB low was nice to see and to be able to capitalize off of it a little bit.
Yeah, the IB low is annoying for sure, but yesterday's IB low was just a little bit south of the bottom of the value area, so it was a good target there too. In any event, I'll laugh hysterically if we close at the point of control, which I have at 92.25.
Yeah, NAS hanging out here at 600s. I mean, it's gonna probably close somewhere in this general range.
We're gonna find out in 1:03 seconds.
Which I don't love because I feel like we've been here for majority of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. We just popped. No, we're still. Oh, we might have just popped up. Point of control might have just moved up. 97.25. No, That's what it was. 97.25. I might have misspoke.
Might even go give VWAP a little tap before this close here.
Why not?
Why not?
Oh, look, 75s.
There we go. Look at
Nobody wins.
that. Oh,
They're going to close right on the stupid round number option strike, aren't we? 68.50s.
here we go.
There it is.
Classic.
Oh man. All right. Well, great session this afternoon. Fellas. Thanks for being on Ninja Trader Live. Let's give these guys a thumbs. If you haven't done the thumbs up, let's do it. If you have done it, thank you. Same with the subscriptions. Appreciate everybody participating with Ninja Trader Live. These fellas are fantastic. And thank you for that. Nice comment. You guys, who's back tomorrow? Let me just read that. We have Mark Chandler is going to be our special guest tomorrow for the morning gap, and then Farm's going to be on Tape Talk. Christian trading boxes and XYZ are going to be trading the open. We have Nick's coming back with Leo tomorrow for midday markets. Is that right, Nick?
That is correct.
All right. And then trading the close is Leo and Kane.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know, Joey, you will be back. I just don't know when in the future.
Yep, that sounds good.
All right, guys. Thank you much for being here. Everybody in the chat, thank you for being here. Everybody listening. And remember, most important message. We're starting strong tomorrow at 8 o'clock, but most important message, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks,
See you
chat.
guys.